Welcome, everybody, to the December 16th, 2025 meeting of the Tompkins County Legislature. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I want you to do it this time.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we have a roll call of the members, please?
Mike Lane.
Here.
Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Dan Nolan will be joining us shortly remotely. Veronica Pillar.
Here.
Lee Shurtleff. Mike Sigler.
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
Travis Brooks.
Here.
Randy Brown.
Here.
Amanda Champion.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Rich John.
Here.
Ann Corman.
Here.
Lee Shurtleff.
Here.
Dan Klein.
Here. 13 members present. We have a quorum. Okay, we have two sort of proclamations tonight. So for the first one, I would like to call up Anna Kellis, former member of the Tompkins County Legislature and member of the State Assembly. Welcome. And you can take that mic or any mic you want.
Fantastic. This is the first time that I've stood at this mic. This is exciting. So this is I think this is a surprise, right? Okay, good. This is actually a moment that I'm so honored to be able to take with all of us in honor of our friend Mike Lane. This is his last meeting, that I will be attending, but here at the county legislature. And I wanted to start before I formally read what we have created for you. Just from me to you, I deeply appreciate you, your 44 years that you've given to all of us in service. When I was on the county legislature, we didn't always agree on things. Where we did, we were allies. Where we didn't, we were respectful. And you can't ask for anything else. Of course, you know, two people in a room, you'll never agree on everything. So to take any of it personally, is a disappointment as a representative of an elected official. And you always knew that, and I appreciated that about you. And the one thing that you always did, no matter what happened, any day, you would come up to me personally and make sure I was personally okay. Because as the representative you were, you cared about the quality of everyone's life and made sure you checked in. And I know the people that you represent feel that way about you and have felt that way about you for 44 years. So thank you so much. And I have created with my staff, my beautiful Kathy Emelian here with me, we have collectively created a proclamation for you that I would like to read.
Well, thank you, Anna.
So for everybody, this is the most formal form of a sort of, we have citations, we have certificates. A proclamation is the big glorious one that comes when you've put in 44 years as an elected official. Otherwise, we would have brought you a smaller one.
I've got a wall.
I bet. Whereas Mike Lane stands among Tompkins County's most steadfast public servants, dedicating 44 years to elected leadership at the village and county levels, becoming the longest serving elected official in the county's history. And whereas beginning 10 years of service in 1979 as a trustee for the village of Dryden, then elected its mayor in 1981, strengthening local government through thoughtful decision-making, fiscal responsibility, and enduring commitment to the community. And whereas elected to the Tompkins County Legislature in 1993, Mike served 7 four-year terms representing Dryden, Freeville, and surrounding communities with integrity, dedication, and a deep institutional knowledge. As chair of its capital plan review committee, he oversaw the planning and execution of their chamber's relocation, ensuring the use of local contractors, completing the project on time and within budget, very Mike Lane, And whereas while chair of the expanded budget committee, he championed the acquisition and multi-tenant development of the county's historic History and Culture Center, guiding a transparent, deliberate budget process he described as one of the country's greatest successes. And whereas chairing the Dryden Freeville Wastewater Study Commission, he guided upgrades to Freeville's sewer system and Dryden's wastewater treatment plant, strengthening the regional infrastructure and environmental resilience, while prioritizing overdue investment in transportation and public works, advancing highways, bridges, and transit access improvements essential to a strong regional economy and quality of life. And whereas his municipal attorney and mayoral experience guided his insistence on transparent committee processes, careful deliberation, and civil engagement, earned him the reputation as a respectful bipartisan collaborator. His recruitment and retention of strong leadership at key county institutions, such as Whole Health Commissioner and Director of Finance, reinforced the importance of professional governance and accountable public administration. And whereas Mike's work extended to civic involvement, while trustee and secretary of the Southworth Library Association and charter member of Dryden's Sartoma Club, he demonstrated his belief in community partnership, exemplifying rigorous preparation, respect for colleagues and constituents, and unwavering dedication to the well-being of the communities he represented throughout his 4 decades of service. And whereas as a lifelong resident of the village and town of Dryden, a graduate of Dryden Central School, SUNY Buffalo, and the University of Akron School of Law, Mike carried his local roots and professional experience into every aspect of public leadership. His retirement marks the close of a remarkable era in county government. His legacy will guide county institutions, enriching community life for generations to come. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Dr. Anna Kellis, New York State Assembly, and the constituents of the 125th District do hereby recognize and honor Michael Lane for 44 years of exceptional and distinguished service to the village of Dryden, the town of Dryden, and Tompkins County, extending our deepest gratitude for his leadership and dedication to public service, offering our warmest wishes as he continues his law practice and embraces new opportunities in the years to come. Thank you, Mike.
Beloved people, some colleagues, right? Former county administrator.
It would be wonderful to see those come up who have been former and current county administrator, Joe Mariani. We see former colleagues, Jim Dennis, Leslyn McBean-Claiborne, who are joining us tonight. Thank you all for being here to celebrate with us this incredible, incredible dedication.
Right. We have another surprise sort of proclamation. Katrina?
Not a proclamation, and I'm not a public speaker, and I don't do speeches, but at the last meeting, all legislators received trophies to symbolize their various styles or accomplishments while serving on the legislature. One legislator did not receive such trophy. So on behalf of the deputy clerks and myself, I would like to present legislator Amanda Champion with a trophy for the best speechwriter in the last 2 terms.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. You're welcome.
I would like to just add one thing, that Amanda, Mike Lane, Rich John, Annie Corman, and Dan Nolan will be greatly missed. And to the new legislators coming on, you guys have some big shoes to fill.
No pressure. Pressure. There are more.
Okay, I don't know of any more surprises tonight. Back to the script. So for reordering of business, a couple of things. I would like to move Resolution J up. And then also, in a little while, we're going to have 6 additional resolutions added to the agenda, and some of those might need to get moved up as well. We'll get to that. And then also Resolution P, the TCAT appointment, I would like to move that up to the top. Is that acceptable to all the members?
Yes.
Are there any other suggested movement, moving things around? Okay, we can always do that later if we want. So then without further ado, let us go to Resolution J. Who is going to be moving that?
Mike?
Mike Lane.
It's with my deepest honor, and
Use the mic. Mike?
I thought it was, but it's my deepest honor and with most respect, I'd like to move Resolution J, the Leslie McBean Claiborne Strength and Diversity Award.
And Veronica seconds. Is there any discussion? Okay, let's have, Veronica, did you want to say something?
Yeah, she should say what it is.
Oh, yeah, what the award is. The Leslie McBean Claiborne Strength and Diversity Award was established by this legislature in 2021 to recognize individuals, community groups, nonprofit organizations, and businesses within the Tompkins County boundary that have demonstrated outstanding achievements, a sustained commitment to the pursuit of cultural diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice, and advocacy of basic civil and human rights in our community. And assuming this resolution passes, we'll be awarding it to 2 recipients that we'll tell you about momentarily after the vote.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, do we have anyone on Zoom at the moment? Okay, so all in favor of Resolution J? Any opposed? Okay, that is unanimous. The motion carries. Veronica, Ann, you want to take it from here?
Yes. We have to relocate to the presenting mic. So a little bit more about this award. The award is was first bestowed on its namesake, Leslie McBean Claiborne, for her distinguished and exemplary service, which we don't have time to detail, but she has touched countless lives in this community and continues to. One of the goals of the award is to support further creation and dissemination of resources that will assist individuals, community groups, nonprofit organizations, and businesses within the Tompkins County boundary in continuing to develop their vision and commitment to diversity and inclusion, in fostering and sustaining diversity and inclusion throughout their institutions, as well as integrating diversity and inclusion into all aspects of their work. We have 2 recipients of this award this year. In no particular order, I'd like to, oh, sure, actually, these recipients were selected by a small selection committee, and I wonder if the members of that committee who are here would be willing to come up and join us. I am looking at the woman behind the camera, yes. Yes, Leslie McBean Claiborne herself. Yes. Yeah. This award was sort of managed by the Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, which Leslin founded many years ago. And then we've also got John Halachek, member of WDIC currently, and I'm forgetting your title, Assistant Director of the 911 Center in the Department of Emergency Response. Then Annie Corman and I, legislators, were also part of it, as well as Rob Brown, WDIC community member who couldn't be with us tonight. Okay, where are we? In no particular order, the first recipient of the 2025 Leslie McBean Claiborne Strength and Diversity Award is South Hill Cider.
It happening If you'd like to say a few words.
Sure.
Uh,
Thank you very much. It's a huge honor to be awarded that. Thank you. And I look forward to learning more about Leslie McBean Claiborne's work very much. As a public business, South Hill Cider, we try to not be political, but right off the bat, we know that cultural diversity, equity, and inclusion are not political. They're basic human rights that have to be cultivated. So we find that very important. I want to thank you to my family, my wife Ellen here, and both my kids. Ren is here. My other son's not, but thank you so much for all the support along the way. This wouldn't happen without them. I also wanted to thank Leon Holden of the Diversity Consortium and Shaughnessy Bordas of South Hill Cider. Together, they've been the powerhouse behind the What's Next series that we host. We host a series called What's Next, and if you want to learn more about it, Google it. It's every few months. We host them and have some deep discussions on some issues that are very closely related to diversity. And yeah, that's all. Thank you very much. It's an honor to receive that award. So.
And I apologize for doing this introduction out of order, but that was Steve Salen, co-owner of South Hill Cider. The What's Next Ithaca series is a partnership with WFRFI Radio and the Diversity Consortium of Tompkins County. And proceeds from it cover food or support local groups, lowering barriers and strengthening recruitment, retention, climate, and community outreach across the county. South Hill also has demonstrated strong inclusion in its business practices, I don't want to say including so much, but including procurement that uplifts workers with disabilities. South Hill offers a practical, replicable model of community-minded leadership worthy of this award. We have a second awardee, and so it is my honor to present our other 2025 Leslie McBean Claiborne Strength in Diversity Award to community member and community outreach health worker Hashonda Johnson. And I'll do this in this order. In her role currently and previously, Hashonda works with a variety of clients, often who are Black and Indigenous people of color, often poor, tackling addiction, or struggling with finding stability. She is a fierce advocate for her clients, as recognized not just by her clients and coworkers, but by anyone who witnesses her work. She stands by them and helps them navigate systems that are often frustrating and inequitable. When her clients have court, she is there both as a support and a resource. There are many people in Tompkins County who go unnoticed because they are not the decision makers. Hashonda is an outstanding example of a caring person who works hard, shows up for her clients and her colleagues, and has made a significant difference. There are clients of Hashonda's who are living a strong and stable life because of her.
Thank you. Thank you. I really don't have a speech or anything, but, I've always had it in me to, be kind and accepting of others and help others. And I just want to say that it's always been in me, but Reach brought it out of me. Just know that Reach is the foundation, and I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you.
Congratulations again to Hashonda and South Hill. We have, in addition, they've both received small award plaques, but we've also got one of these big running plaques, which we'll find somewhere on the wall, and lists the awardees so far, Leslyn herself in 2021, congratulations again, and South Hill Cider and Hashonda Johnson in 2025, and more to come, because this award is not just about recognizing work that has been done, but is about furthering work that is ongoing and in the future. Thank you all.
Well done.
Nice way to start off the meeting. Let us go to Resolution P, coming out of F&I, Facilities and Infrastructure Committee. Lee, can you move Resolution P, please?
Resolution P, recommendation for appointment to Tompkins Consolidated Area Transit Board of Directors, ID number 13753. So moved.
Is there a second? Mike Lane seconds.
And let me just speak briefly to it. The legislature is aware that Susan Curry has been serving as a member for Tompkins County on the TCAT Board of Directors and has recently resigned. Facilities and Infrastructure have reviewed this, and we have an individual who has been serving on the TCAT Board of Directors and is currently a member of the Executive Committee. Is terming out at the city level for purposes of continuity and for purposes of competency and all that goes with it. We'd like to move forward the nomination of Laura Lewis to fill out the term being vacated by Susan.
Great. Any discussion? Shauna?
You need a second? Did you get a second?
We got a second, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for their consideration. Laura Lewis has been the chair of TCAT this past year and has been an absolute steadfast leader. She's had the time to commit to this role that takes a lot of time and patience, and we are very lucky that she has been willing to volunteer to serve as one of our county representatives. So thank you all for consideration, and good luck, Laura.
Deborah?
Yeah, Shauna stole my thunder as usual. I've worked with Laura on the TCAP board for several years, and even when she wasn't in a leadership position, she was extremely active and very dedicated, and I appreciate the fact that we're all willing to give her one more year to complete her good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion? I just want to mention we've had legislator Dan Nolan join us remotely, and in accordance with our remote attendance policy, he can vote tonight. It also means that we have to do roll call votes now. So, if there's no further debate, we will vote on Resolution P.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes,
14 ayes.
that is unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Laura, for being willing to do this. Okay, we are now going to go to public privilege of the floor. If you're interested in speaking tonight, please go to the back of the room, pick up one of these blue forms, fill it out, and bring it forward, and we will get you in line to speak. If you're going to speak tonight, you're agreeing to some rules. I'm going to read the rules. I agree to a 3-minute time limit. I agree not to raise my voice. I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language, or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. After 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. I agree to be courteous and not make comments, gestures, outbursts, or other disruptions while other members of the public or legislators are speaking. I agree that if I cause a disruption and am asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. First up, former Tompkins County legislator Jim Dennis.
Thank you very much, Dan. I came down here with the hope of saying some things to compliment those people who have spent a good deal of time here in this room and being legislators for all of Tompkins County. What I was worried about happened. Anna Kellis was here first. Following Anna Kellis is like following Oprah, because Oprah gives prizes away, and Anna came with a huge prize. And a little sidebar, when I was here, I sat where Mr. Brown, no, I sat here, Anna was there, and Glenn Morey was over there. And every legislator meeting we would have, Anna would show up with top shelf salad from Green Star. And, you know, before the meeting was over, there was kale, lettuce, carrots, but Glenn and I kept her grounded because I had chocolate bars in my desk, and so we would pass them back and forth. And if it weren't for Glenn and me, she never would have gotten out of this place. At any rate, the reason I'm here, I wanted to specifically mention, you know, Mike Lane, Dan Klein, Rich John, and Corman, Amanda, and Dan Nolan, who I don't know, but raise your hand.
Dan's joining us remotely.
Online.
Ah, okay. And thank them for their service. And I want to focus on Mike if I can. My time here, 12 years, Mike was here during all that time, except for one 4-year term. There was a little break, but he came back. And 1 year I was the vice chair when Mike was the chair. And what I figured out, and I came in kind of a center left maybe person, and realized with the county administrator, Joe Mariana, and Mike, that my position was going to have to change sometimes because we didn't have any money. And what we had to do was figure out how to get some money. And between Joe and David Squires and Kevin Sutherland and Mike, we were able to do that. And the ability of the county legislature to buy into the programs. I ended up chairing the budget committee, and so I had firsthand knowledge of how much money we didn't have and how much we did have. But I want to say about Mike, I found him to be not a chatty legislator, but clearly taciturn, and I always, you know, valued what he said to me and what he said to all of us. And I think one of the things that I can take away from it is, number one, the most honest guy ever, and certainly, and I took one of Anna's words, integrity is high on the list, but he always recognized where the money was coming from. And I think that's an important thing for any of us who ever been around the room, around the table. So congratulations, Mike. The next, whatever happens next is going to be wonderful for you, I hope, and Rich John and Dan and Annie and Amanda and Dan Nolan. Thank you very much for your service. Appreciate what you've done for the whole county. And good luck for all you newbies coming in. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. It's nice to see you back here. And speaking of seeing you back here, next up is Dr. Leslyn McBean Claiborne, former chair of the Tompkins County Legislature.
Well, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I couldn't not be here to celebrate and honor the elder statesman in the room, Mr. Mike Lane. Again, congrats to the rest who are also retiring from this legislature. I came onto this legislature, and Mike Lane, Barbara Blanchard were two of the people who showed me the ropes. And I so much appreciate that. As a matter of fact, I looked at Mike tonight and realized that he's wearing my favorite red jacket. Remember, Mike, I've been trying to steal it from him for a number of years. Integrity is definitely a word that has been used about Mike, and I want to repeat, Mike has been someone who has definitely served with integrity, served with truth, and served with a respect for the work. Did not matter how much it was snowing, raining, hailing, Mike would break out the red truck and be here. And on a personal note, I also just want to say, aside from just being here, if I didn't have a way to get home, Mike would make sure that I got home. He said, I got a truck, come on in, climb in, let's go. Mike, I thank you for the many, many years of service. I thank you for the mentorship that you offered. I think Anna said it earlier as well. We didn't always agree, but we were never disagreeable. Mike was one of the very few legislators who would show up at whatever it is I said I was having. Mike, I'm gonna have a Caribbean lime at my house. And he'd show up with beer. Mike, whatever is happening, he'll be there, always. And I can guarantee that if no one else sent me a Christmas card, I would get one from Mike Lane. If no one else sent me a card saying congratulations on getting your doctorate, I got it from Mike Lane. So much appreciate the humanity that you showed, so much appreciate that personalization, that you took time to know people and to recognize them even in the smallest of ways. And so I do want to honor you tonight for your years and years of service. And I also want to wish you well in whatever next you're going to do. I'm not sure what happened without this legislature for you. I know you're busy with your legal practice, but you know, you've been a staple here. And although I haven't been on the legislature for a few years, I know that you will be missed. Thank you, Mike, for your years of service. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Annie. When Annie came on, she said, you're not alone anymore, I'm here. Because doing the work of diversity, equity, and inclusion was an uphill battle. And Annie said, I watched some of those meetings, and I just know I had to be there to help support you and making some of the changes that we did for this county for the better. Thank you, Rich. And I would have some interesting conversations and arguments, and he always go the legal route, and I'd never have a comeback for him. But Rich also represented his son's constituents really well in the Fall Creek area. Thank you to everyone. Amanda, girl. I would never think about plastic bags and not think about you. I just remember Amanda coming into my office and saying, I'm gonna run for this. Tell me all I should know. And she came on board. Nobody wanted to do government operations. It is so tedious, except for Dan. And Amanda said, I got it. Thank you, Amanda, for being a friend. Thank you for being somebody who is very supportive, particularly of the work around diversity, equity, and inclusion. Thank you all so very much for everything that you've done. And again, Mike, big honor to you.
Thank you, Leslie.
Leslyn, welcome back to you too. Okay, next up is Zach Wynn.
Good evening. I'd like to once again, thank you all, especially those of you who are departing, for the opportunity to speak before the legislature over the last several years. Foremost in my mind is raising concerns about the Asteri building, with photographs I sent you instigating an inspection of the building by the health department with a fine and a demand from the health department that the building be better maintained, the eventual result. Subsequent pressure from county government has also resulted in material improvements in conditions for residents. I've also appreciated the assistance some of you have offered with an individual in crisis. It is my understanding that they have finally gotten the help they so desperately needed, and they are no longer on the streets. I also appreciated that my concerns about political violence I raised over a period of months at Public Safety and the legislature resulted in a resolution being brought before this body, though it was ultimately voted down. Over the last year, the county has mercifully avoided any major instances of political violence, save for a few roadblocks and an assault during a protest in February. Other communities have not been so fortunate, with the murder of Charlie Kirk in Utah 3 months ago preceding the recent shooting at Brown University, where 2 people were killed, including the vice president of Brown's College Republicans, who was shot in the face. My first thought after this occurred is that Brown, like Cornell, is an Ivy League school, and how the potential exists for something like this to occur here. It is my hope that in the coming year, the legislature will once again consider issuing a statement publicly opposing the political violence that appears to be quickening in pace. I also imagine you are aware of the recent murder of Rob Reiner and his wife by their son. I think if there is any one word that can explain what happened, it is methamphetamine, a drug well known for inducing psychosis and violence, and with a well-established pernicious presence in Tompkins County. I hope that in the new year, the legislature will make a serious effort at addressing the methamphetamine crisis here in Tompkins County, an issue inextricably tied to the local homelessness and mental health crises. Thank you.
Next up, Pei Sayinka Arawele. She's joining via Zoom.
Thank you.
Via Zoom, I'm sorry. Yep. Hi, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I serve as the chair of the Tompkins County Human Rights Commission. I would love to put my video. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe it's not possible. And I've had over 30 years of experience as a professor in human rights, working with organizations at the local and international level. I'm here to express my profound disappointment and dismay following the decision made by the Health and Human Services Committee yesterday, essentially gutting the Office of Human Rights and withdrawing the vacancy for a search for a director. From a position of deep and practical understanding, I formally request that the committee and the legislature rethink and reverse this decision. Commissioners bring a wide range of specialized expertise to our work representing the community. And it is clear to us that this decision is based on some, I think, serious misunderstandings and factual inaccuracies that may actively harm the community it is meant to support. Throughout this year, the Commission has responded tirelessly to an avalanche of human rights issues, handling over 200 requests for help. Critically, less than 5% of these individuals ultimately wished to file a formal complaint with the New York State Division of Human Rights. The majority sought affirmation, guidance, resources, and support here. Yet, even with 4 commissioners contributing multiple hours every week at the office, the need outpaced our capacity. We currently have at least 30 unanswered requests for assistance, including some sent to us recently from the administrator's office, as recently as last week. A New York State 2024 audit exposed an appalling gross failure, I quote that, within the state's Division of Human Rights, documented in reports that I'm asked a friend to distribute to all of you. The direct consequences of the collapse at the state level means that many of our residents have been left without essential assistance from the very body designated to provide it. If we rely on a failed system, we abandon our local responsibilities. I'm urging every member to please read the detailed reports we have submitted, one from May and an updated draft version currently before you, which detail the true volume and complexity of the requests we receive. I've included over 40 illustrative requests made anonymous. I'm surprised that the committee did not consult with the Human Rights Commission before this decision was made. We're ready to engage with the legislature and the committee to share experience and observations to invigorate the search for human rights for the future. Thank you very much.
Next up is Amanda Kirsch-Gessner.
Good evening. Thanks to all of you who've been here for years and will not be here. I'm just going to congratulate Mike Siegler for becoming the senior member of the Ledge starting next year. And I'm happy to continue my lobby against the Center of Government building, and I'm grateful that many incoming legislators are here this evening. I want to speak tonight about capital priorities here in Tompkins County, particularly in light of growing national fiscal instability and the reality of a U.S. credit downgrades environment. When federal credit is downgraded, it doesn't hit counties immediately, but it raises borrowing costs. It tightens state aid and reduces future flexibility. That means every municipal bond we consider in the coming years must meet a higher standard of necessity, durability, and risk mitigation. In that context, I need to be very clear. If Tompkins County is going to enter into any significant municipal bonding in the near future, our priority must be a new jail and not a center of government building. This is not about punishment, it's about legal exposure, operational risk, and fiscal responsibility. Our current jail is aging, constrained, and increasingly misaligned with modern standards for safety, staffing, mental health care, and liability protection. Every year we delay replacement, we incur hidden costs. There's increased detainee and employee safety risk. There's increased staffing strain. There's higher maintenance costs for an obsolete facility. And there's an elevated risk of lawsuits, consent decrees, or state intervention. Those risks don't show up neatly in a capital plan, but when they surface, they're far more expensive than proactive investment. By contrast, the center of government building, while potentially useful, is fundamentally an administrative convenience project. It does not reduce existential risk to the county, it does not protect us from mandated costs, and it does not shield taxpayers from future fiscal shocks. In a tighter credit environment, bonding should be reserved for infrastructure that we are legally required to maintain, cannot be deferred without compounding risk, protects the county from catastrophic or forced expenditures later. A jail meets all three of these criteria. A center of government does not. I also want to emphasize the timing. If national conditions worsen, whether through recession, prolonged high interest rates, or further federal instability, the county's ability to borrow cheaply and flexibly will narrow. If we misallocate that capacity now, we may not have it when we truly need it. This is not a statement against good governance or administrative efficiency. It's a statement about sequence and priority. First, we stabilize and modernize mandated high liability infrastructure, the jail. Then, when the conditions improve, we consider consolidation or administrative projects. That order matters, especially now. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
The last blue card I have is from Mullen Quay. I'm not sure if I pronounced that right. I'm sorry.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, legislators, for giving us the opportunity to share our public comments. As you know, my name is Mullen. I'm here in support of the Human Rights Commission and the Office of Human Rights to clarify several points raised during the HHS meeting on Monday regarding restructuring of the Office of Human Rights. Concerning the scope of the office work, filing claims with the New York State Division of Human Rights is often a last resort for community members, used only after other pathways to reconciliation, resolution, or justice has failed at the local level. The most effective work done through the office has been its physical presence, listening to residents, supporting them, intervening early, and connecting them to alternative avenues for resolution. This work does not diminish the importance of formal filings. It strengthens them by preventing harm from escalating. Second, regarding where the commission meets, as our vice chair stated yesterday, we meet via Zoom and at the Office of Human Rights when it was open, not at the library for any meetings or proceedings. I am unsure where this information originated, but it's not accurate. Regarding the perceived distance between the commission and the office, I would ask, how can such distance exist when for over a year there has been no staffed office to support either body? During this time, the commission and the office effectively became one entity, not by choice but by necessity. Commissioners stepped in to ensure residents were not left without support in areas where human rights concerns were actively arising. To address questions about authority and function of the office, while the office does not hold independent investigative powers, its role is critical. It prepares individuals to understand their rights, helps them identify options, supports them in addressing abuse, guides them towards appropriate remedies, and education and outreach are only part of that mission. Direct community support is equally essential and cannot happen without a physical space. Before standing by the decision to close the office's physical space, replace potential director with limited outreach and educational conditional role, or relocate the physical office to limbo, significantly reducing its impact, please review the foot traffic report you requested, which was passed out at the beginning of the meeting. I would remind legislators that both the county and states created this charter because they recognize the need for local human rights infrastructure. This need has not diminished, it is greater, more now than ever. At a time when human rights are increasingly overlooked and challenged, we need this at this county. So please reconsider your vote. Thank you.
I want to thank all the members of the public who came out to speak with us tonight. Much appreciated. We're going to move on to municipal officials' privilege of the floor. We have Patrick Keel from City of Ithaca Common Council.
Hello, everybody. It's just me tonight, and I don't think you will see Pierre again after tonight. I hopefully will be returning to those of you that will be staying on. I don't have a lot for you tonight, but I want to say that it's been a pleasure seeing all of your faces when I come and speak to you, and also say that just like this body, the City of Ithaca Common Council is having quite a bit of transition over the course of the next couple weeks, starting in January, and we're also obviously seeing some pretty significant transition in our administration at the city, and hopefully in the new year I'll be able to give you more updates on our process.
Questions or comments for Patrick? Deborah.
I don't have a question. I just want to thank Patrick for being half of the late night team that came in, reported to us all year, and to wish him and his colleagues a very happy holiday.
Thank you.
Mike Sigler.
I was just wondering about the city manager search. Has that begun? When is the close date on that?
Yeah, that will begin in the new year. That process is already underway, and the last day of the city manager will be December 31st.
Rich.
Patrick, I too wanted to say thanks for coming over and talking with us. And I just also want to note the amount of work you've done in developing the College Town Neighborhood Council. This has really been, I think, a really important piece of work for that part of our community that has been overlooked and has so much potential. There's some exciting stuff going on, and you're really part of making that happen. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Rich. And I do just want to make a point. It's the College Town Community Collective. The College Town Neighborhood Council has been wonderfully sponsored by Cornell for the last 25 years and will continue to be put on. All good. No worries.
Anything else for Patrick? Okay, I want to add my thanks for coming to talk with us, and good luck going forward.
Absolutely, and happy holidays and happy new year, and we'll see you all in January.
So we're up to legislator privilege of the floor. As I had communicated with you, I believe it was yesterday, my thought tonight is that we're going to have sort of a second legislator privilege of the floor at the end of the meeting. And if you had parting words, that might be a good time to save it for, but it's up to you. So we will go ahead and do it now, but then remember there's going to be a little time at the end as well. Legislator privilege of the floor, Deborah.
Thank you, Dan. I don't generally read things to y'all, but I subscribe to a Substack newsletter by a gentleman named Corbin Trent, and something came out today He titled this "Justice and Accountability Are Scary." And I wanted to share it with you because it resonated with me. At the national level, we think safety comes from striking fear into people through guns and prison violence. That's what stops crime, not lifting people up, but the threat of dominance. At the neighborhood level, we build walls, put up cameras, install Ring doorbells. It's all the same instinct, the belief that safety comes from having more than others and protecting what you have from those who have less. But here's what I think is actually happening underneath all this. One of the things that has made white Americans afraid of people of color over centuries is guilt. Knowing somewhere in there that these people have been exploited and screwed over. And rather than face that guilt, rather than pursue justice, the response is fear. Fear of what justice might require. The same dynamic shows up everywhere. The fear of Irish immigrants, Italian immigrants, Mexican immigrants, the fear of poor white communities, the white trash. What people actually fear is economic justice. They fear their own guilt, even when it's not expressed, at having so much better lives than others. Because we know, deep down, the way we knew as children, that there's no real justice in any of this. There's nothing good about keeping someone impoverished enough that they'll clean your house for pennies. There's no justice in a world where some people work their whole lives and can't afford a home, while others inherit more than they could spend in 10 lifetimes. We know this, and instead of pursuing justice, we build walls and prisons. We build bombs. We tell ourselves we're protecting what's ours from people who want to take it. But what we're really doing is protecting ourselves from the weight of knowing that none of this is just, and that real safety, the kind that doesn't require dominance, the kind that doesn't require someone else to have less, would require us to change. I think as we head into the holidays and the season of goodwill and giving, it behooves us to remember that it isn't just, and we can do our bits. So if, to my colleagues and my constituents and my neighbors, this is the season. If you can reach out and do something to make somebody's life better, please do it. Thanks.
Any other legislators at this time? Rich.
Yeah, I certainly will have some comments later on, but I did want to share that I was fortunate to get to go to an event for the Friends of Ithaca College. And this, the pandemic is still with us in some ways, and the rebuilding from it is ongoing. The Friends of Ithaca College was a pretty vibrant community organization, really connected to the larger Tompkins County community. And that all came to a stop, but they're resurrecting it, and it was just such a nice event. I got to meet some of the students that are getting scholarships through Friends of Ithaca College and just doing great stuff up there. I hope in your considerations for end-of-year donations, perhaps a gift to Ithaca College would be something you might consider, because it's an important part of our community and they're doing really good things. Thanks.
Any other legislators at this time? Ann.
Yeah, two things. I'd like to thank Cornell University for the Town Gown Awards. I know that meant a lot. I brought my in-laws to that, and that really meant a lot for them to come to that. So thank you for the honors that you bestowed a lot of different people in the community as they were retiring or different programs. And so this included several department heads who retired in the county, outgoing legislators, and also our Community Housing Development Fund. So thank you for doing that. And the second thing is I want to second Mullins and Payey's comments, and want to thank them, the Human Rights Commission, for putting together this packet. So I hope legislators read this. This is regarding It says a summary for the Tompkins County Legislature, restoring the human rights support. And then there's another one about draft overview and recommendations from HRC. And so as the liaison to that, to the Human Rights Commission for the past year, I've been hearing every month and sometimes in between of when they have office hours, they just post them and then people come. And as you know, Mullen so eloquently put it, there are so many issues that don't rise to the level or can be dealt with before, you know, it gets to the level of putting in a complaint. And we know with some recent reporting, the dismal support that the state is giving to these complaints, either not following through and you know, for years sometimes, or not following through at all. So if we can I really want to push for possibly the new legislature and the administration to figure out how to support a position that helps people with the issues and the resources that they can get through the community, because as was said, again, I feel like I'm repeating what Mullen said, but now more than ever, people really need this, and to find somebody to be able to talk to. So I hope we reconsider that. Thank you.
Any other legislators at this time? Okay, thank you. I just want to mention one thing in my chair's report. In the most recent issue of the NYSAC News, that's the New York State Association of Counties, on page 50, there's an article called Tompkins County Cares, Piloting a Smarter Crisis Response. CARE stands for the Crisis Alternative Response and Engagement. And the article is by Harmony Ayers Freelander, Tompkins County Deputy Commissioner of Mental Health, and Derek Osborne, Tompkins County Sheriff. So I just wanted to give a little shout out that we made statewide news. It's always good to spread the word about programs that we are doing here that are working well. Okay, I would like to, well, let's just keep going in the order. Next up, reports. County Administrator Corsa Akumfi, you are on.
Thank you very much. I don't have any additional report outside the information we've shared already, and I just want to use the opportunity to say thank you to our departing soldiers. For the last 1 year has been exciting for me, and I've learned a lot with your commitment and your interest in local government and how you've sacrificed your time to help us be where we are. Coming from where I came from and being at where I am, there's a significant change, and I'm excited about all the work that you have put into shaping this county. And what I cannot promise, but we will work every single day and night to make sure those commitment lives on, and we're also able to help and work with the new legislators coming on board to make sure the goals that were not able to be fulfilled fully will maintain the momentum to fulfill those goals. So thank you for all your work and your love for the community and the excitement you brought to this county.
Thank you, Corsa. Questions or comments for the County Administrator? Okay, next up, Maury Josephson, County Attorney.
Good evening. To date, I haven't really had the opportunity, or just haven't indicated how much I also will miss all the legislators who are departing. This goes for the whole legislature, but including the departing members, you're always a pleasure to work with, occasionally enigmatic, and mostly or often very much inspiring. And in particular, as to Mike, I know I've mentioned this a bunch of times, but I thank you in particular for putting me on the spot when I was interviewing for this position, and realized at that moment that I was all in, and truly appreciate that because over a long career, this has been my favorite position of all. So now to the more mundane stuff. I've been promising a litigation report for a long time and been putting it off, but since some of you are departing, I thought you should at least get that. And so 2025 has been a very very positive year for us in the area of civil litigation. Holly will join me after I give the civil litigation piece to talk about family court litigation. But in general terms, at the beginning of the year, we had 2 federal cases pending. One, a prisoner civil rights case in which the county was awarded summary judgment in the Northern District of Illinois. I am Northern District of New York. I used to practice in that other district a long time ago. And one class action, which remains pending, which is the fallout from Tyler versus Hennepin County, where the county, along with every other in New York, is being sued for return of surplus monies taken in the past. And the issue in that case will be whether Tyler versus Hennepin County should be applied retroactively, and if so, what would the statute of limitations be? The case, although filed in 2023, is on a very slow track, so it may take until the end of the 3-year term that our new legislators have been elected to really know where that case is going. We had 12 New York State court cases pending at the beginning of the year, of which 6 were dismissed in whole or in part, 1 on appeal. Some of the state court litigants are serial plaintiffs, so when their cases get dismissed, they're back within weeks or months with a new case, sometimes saying the same thing as the prior case. And of the cases, of the 12 that were pending at the beginning of the year, 4 were prisoner civil rights cases of various kinds, 1 either pending or filed during the year, 1 police misconduct case, 1 general tort case, 2 employment cases, 1 property damage case, 1 Child Victims Act case, 1 FOIL case, and 1 improper taking case. The 6 that were dismissed in whole or in part are the FOIL case, the property damage case, the 2 employment cases, the taking case, and 1 of the prisoner civil rights cases. We had 2 open discrimination charges, either with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, a federal agency, or the State Division of Human Rights. Of those, 1 remains open. That's an older case that's pending with the EEOC. Who knows when we'll hear from the EEOC, given what's happening with the federal government. It's an older case to begin with. And 2 were dismissed with findings of no probable cause to believe the charging parties' allegations of discrimination. 1 of those was appealed to the Supreme Court, Tompkins County, which affirmed the finding of no probable cause. This happened relatively recently, so we don't know for sure whether that individual will be appealing further to the Appellate Division, 3rd Department. If that happens, it's because the paperwork is still working its way through to our office from the county clerk. So those are all going well. In terms of notices of claim, we have 17 active claimants. The actual number of claims is higher because some claimants file multiple times or file slight variations on prior claims. Of those claims, there are 9 prisoner claims of various allegations of deprivation of rights at the jail, one false arrest claim, one civil claim of deprivation of constitutional rights by the conduct of a particular agency, and 6 that fall into the negligence, slip and fall category or auto accident category. For the slip and falls, it's often because we're named along with the city of Ithaca or the village of Dryden or whoever happens to actually, maintain those sidewalks or streets. We also have 5 inactive claims. These are claims that were filed, but because of the short statute of limitations applicable to suits against municipalities, were not pursued as court actions. And those are 1 prisoner matter, 4 negligence, auto, or slip and fall cases, and 1 State Division of Human Rights case that was dismissed on procedural grounds, and because it was dismissed on procedural grounds, the individual had an opportunity to refile it in state court, and the time period for that has gone by. So in terms of defense litigation, I'm happy to say that in 2025, although there are 2 weeks left to go, so you never know what might happen, we have been uniformly successful this year. We also have affirmative litigation initiatives that I'll only reference generally for litigation strategy reasons, and those are concern enforcement of the room tax and our joint effort with the city to pursue landlords who allow tenants to engage in illicit cannabis sales. And with that, I will step away and
Oh, that's okay.
I'll put your name tag up there.
That's all right. I'll stand here.
I will go over to the
I'm
table.
a lawyer. I like podiums. All right. Good evening, everyone. So in family court this year, when I made my notes, I was going to report that we filed 63 juvenile cases, but we got one today. So we're up to 64 juvenile cases. The main issues charged in those juvenile cases are property damage, assault, and thefts. I mean, there's some others, but those are the main issues that we're seeing. Most of the juveniles that have come through our office and through court are typically placed on a term of probation, usually for about a year, where they will receive services, supervision, and other supports to try to get them back on track. We had, as some of you know, sometimes the juveniles have to be remanded to detention, and sometimes there aren't detention beds available anywhere in the state. So sometimes they end up at the Tompkins County Sheriff's Department with supervision there by the deputies. So I wanted to report that we had 5 juveniles end up at the Sheriff's Department this year. And Under Sheriff Olin gave me some stats. The total hours that juveniles were held at the Tompkins County Sheriff's Department was 1,149 hours. When a juvenile is held there, they have to have 2 deputies supervising the juvenile around the clock. So that's 2 deputies getting overtime. Some, I would say several, of our juvenile cases come from the William George Agency. Those are typically the property damage and assault type cases. And then we had a handful, maybe 3 or 4 come from the Finger Lakes Residential Center. So those are juveniles that are not necessarily county residents. They're here for their own treatment purposes, but sometimes things happen and they do end up in our court. The other matters that I handled in court, we also handle the assisted outpatient treatment hearings for the mental health department, and I handled 8 of those this year. So with that, I think, any questions?
Questions or comments for Holly Mosier? Mike Sigler.
I have 3 questions. What's the definition of a juvenile now?
12 to 18.
12 to 18, okay. 2 deputies per 1 person?
Yeah. And that's a policy of the Sheriff's Department, so I don't want to speak as to why that policy is, but some of the juveniles do need that level of supervision. Unfortunately, when a juvenile goes to, like, say, a state detention center, there are trained counselors, supervisors there at those types of facilities that are trained and know how to work with the juveniles while they're there. Unfortunately, when they're held at the Sheriff's Department, they don't have that level of expertise. So to keep everyone safe, they do usually have 2 deputies on.
And my last question is, you were saying we take people from the Finger Lakes Detention Center?
What was that?
The Finger Lakes Detention Center would have people from there at the sheriff's office?
No.
Okay.
No, they've just been charged as a juvenile delinquent. That's all I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You mean the residents at Finger Lakes Residential?
Correct.
Something happens there and we become in charge?
Right. Because the incident happened within Tompkins County, they get charged in Tompkins County Family Court.
Why would we then, I mean, that is a detention center. Why would it be better for us to hold them and then as to return them to the detention center to await?
If they come from one of the facilities, we're not holding them and remanding them to detention.
Gotcha.
Because they're already residing at that facility, but they are charged as a juvenile delinquent and they come through the court system and go through the whole process.
Gotcha.
But then I will note the disposition will go to their home county. So we'll handle the fact-finding portion of it, and then the disposition goes to their home county because they have all the background and history of that particular juvenile.
Gotcha. All right, thanks, Holly.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments? I'll make a comment. The situation you're describing where we have to hold youth at the Sheriff's Department, I've been copied on some of these email chains. It's horrific. It's terrible. It's inexcusable. And I'm talking to the state. The state changed the law and then made no provisions for accommodating this new class of person that they had created. And it's been like 8 years now or something like that. I mean, it's really awful. And if I could, snap my fingers and change one thing at the state level, that's what it would be.
Yep. And before I go, I just want to say how much I'm going to miss Amanda, Annie, Rich, Mike, but most of all, Dan's cookies. Yeah. So if any of you can bake cookies, then I welcome that. So thanks for all your cookies, Dan.
Thank you, Holly. You are my biggest cookie fan. It means a lot to me. It really does. Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to say, Holly and also Holly, according to Maury's name tag, thank you both for the report. It's, we the legislators don't need to get into the weeds of all the cases, but it's helpful to have this overview and get a picture of what y'all are handling. So thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Corsa.
I just wanted to help add to the last report. We struggle to find beds when we get some of these cases. The last one that we tried to find bed, we went closer to your mic. The last individual that we had, we went all the way to Westchester County to find a bed. They received this individual over $800 a day. And the day later, they called us that we need to come for the kid, and we didn't have anywhere to send an individual. So it's a significant struggle for us on a daily basis when you have these cases trying to find beds for them. And if we find one, it's extremely expensive as well. So I just wanted to put value to some of the things that we have to deal with.
Thank you. Wow. Okay, next up, Director of Finance, Darrell Tuttle.
Good evening. I'll start off with my staff has started collecting the $125 short-term rental registration. This is new due to the change in the short-term rental law. We collect it every 2 years, and so far everything's been going good with it. And we've had 4 people register so far. In addition, my department has been, we've had the pleasure of hiring a new intern. We've been working through workforce development. This opportunity is actually due to a grant, and it's been a wonderful opportunity so far. This person's been a great addition. They've been helping us with the added volume due to accounts payable and just year-end stuff that comes around this time, especially as we transition to the next year. I'll kind of follow suit here. I haven't been warming my chair quite as much as Maury or Corsa, but I wanted to say thank you to everyone, and I apologize not getting to know some of you members that are not returning next year, but thank you, and you'll be missed.
Thank you, Daryl. Questions or comments for Daryl? Mike Sigler.
Okay, 2 quick questions, Daryl. Is there a deadline to register
I will have to get back to you with that. I do know off the top of my head it's something they have to do every 2 years.
If somebody doesn't register, what happens? Like, what's our enforcement mechanism?
Typically, we would send out some letters, and at some point, we would probably consult with the county attorney, and we go from there.
All right, thanks.
Travis.
This information has probably been shared, so forgive me for asking. For the registration, that's every short term in the county, or is that a particular area in the county?
I believe it's every short-term rental in the county.
So people spend $400 with the city every year, and then $125 with the county every other year? I mean, you may not know the city policy, but in the city, it's $400 a year to register your short-term rental. And then they also get hit with $125 on top of that from the county?
I can't speak to the city one, but yes, they would have to pay $125 every other year to register with the county.
Wow.
Any other questions or comments? Greg.
Yeah, is it per unit or per parcel?
I believe it's per parcel, but I'd rather get back to you on that and verify.
Any other, Shauna?
Yeah, can you tell us what the enforcement mechanism is if someone does not do it? And how we would know as a county?
You go to their landlord. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, it was a cannabis joke.
I will have to get back to you on that. This is something that is kind of new to our department that's just started. The $125 has just started flowing in. So
okay,
I will look at what our policies and our procedures are for that, and I'll get back to you.
Okay, thanks, Daryl.
Anything else? Travis.
I know what the city is crazy, and I stopped Airbnb because of it, but it was $500 a day for every day you went over the deadline if you didn't register. And when you register, they come in and inspect your property. But even if you're registering a bedroom in your home, let's say your child's off in college, they inspect your whole home. So if you have something going on, you have to fix that. And when you're in the city, you have to hire a city-certified electrician, a city-certified plumber. It costs $150 to have a city-certified electrician come and change the GHF, am I saying that right? Outlet.
GFCI.
GFC outlet. $150, so it's kind of crazy. But that's the city policy. It's pretty serious. And so they have folks that will go through Verbo and Airbnb and look at your listings. They'll see that you have an active listing and send you a letter. I just worry about folks from the city, especially in the district that I serve, which is pretty much all in, except when you go up the hill in the flood zone, being hit with taxes for our insurance costs for flood insurance, thank you, being hit with Airbnb fees from the city, and on top of that, being hit with Airbnb fees from the county, and then paying the taxes. For some people, that's how they pay for the child to go to school. That's how they manage their mortgage. You might be a small landlord. You might have a property or two. And this is how you pay your mortgage. You're not a big landlord with 150 different properties. You have 2 properties, and this is for people that are on fixed incomes. I'm not directing all this to you, Daryl, like you created this mess and everything. I'm just saying it for the people. it just seems like people are getting kicked kind of hard with these fees and these policies.
Greg.
Yeah, Travis, appreciate your comments. One thing I just want to clarify is the guest pays those taxes, right? It's not an additional burden on the Airbnb is a platform, the short-term rental owner. I know Airbnb collects and remits those taxes typically on behalf of their listers. They should be.
Different taxes, and I believe, sorry, Greg, I didn't mean to cut you off. I believe in the city, you pay the city taxes to the city. Airbnb collects state taxes and other taxes, but some of those taxes you're required to pay to the city, and you have to register in order to pay those taxes. I don't have the letter in front of me, but the policy was pretty clear to us when it was sent out to owners that had the short-term rentals, and paying the city was on there. I don't believe Airbnb was collecting city taxes. They were collecting state taxes and a few other.
Sounds like it might be a good topic for a committee meeting next year. Any other comments, County Finance Director? Okay, thank you. All right, we have 6 resolutions that might be added to the agenda tonight. So here's what I was thinking. They're all in your red folders. We'll introduce them one by one, and then unless there's objections, we'll vote on them as a group to add them to the agenda. If there's anybody that wants to pull a specific one out, that's fine, just speak up and say so. And as usual, we'll need 10 votes to add them to the agenda. So let us start with Resolution W. Veronica?
I guess that's mine. I'd like to move that we add Resolution W, authorizing contingent funding for the Community Shelter Capital Project for Shelter Development Services, ID number 13772, to the agenda.
Okay, is there a second for that? Shall we second each one, you think? Shauna seconds. We're kind of inventing this process as we're moving here. Resolution X. Amanda.
That's me. Yeah, so this is actually 2 resolutions that go together. One is making a negative declaration of environmental significance in relation to resolution blank of 2025, authorizing the sale of Fall Creek Road tax parcel number 2-1-2. And there is actually a change to that. Should I wait and do that later?
I would recommend doing that once we act on that resolution.
Okay, so that's one, and then should I?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Oh, did we get a second on that? Can I go to Travis seconds?
Okay, and then the second one is the actual authorizing the sale of that Fall Creek Road tax parcel number 2-1-2. And I've moved that.
That's Resolution Y. Is there a second for Resolution Y? Mike Lane seconds. Thank you. Resolution Z. Travis.
So during the budget process, when I brought up the resolution for REACH for the mammograph machine, it's actually an ultrasound machine, which still does mammographs, but I kept calling it a mammograph, so the resolution is to change the language.
Is there a second for that one? Veronica seconds.
I'm sorry, point of information.
Yes.
I just didn't quite hear you. The machine essentially does the same thing?
Yeah, it does actually more. It does everything. Ultrasounds, does the mammogram, but I kept calling it a mammogram machine.
Thanks.
Okay. And Resolution AA, Ann Corman.
Yeah, this is a resolution authorizing the county administrator to commence work on a solar array at 55 Brown Road, pending continued negotiation of an amendment of the ground lease for the premises. And this is where we currently have our health department, or part of our whole health department.
Thank you. Is there a second? Travis seconds. Okay, so those are the 6 resolutions. Does anyone,
Do we need?
did I miss one? Yeah, I missed one.
I have one more.
Yep, sorry, go ahead.
This is AB, and this is authorization to renew seismic monitoring agreement with Cornell University.
Is there a second for that one? Travis seconds. Okay, so we have Amanda.
I think am I also supposed to add the advisory board appointment?
No, that was on the agenda. This is just to
okay.
add items to the agenda.
Okay, sorry.
No, good. Okay, so we have 6 resolutions, and unless there is an objection.
Did we vote on the last one, or are you going to do them all?
We haven't voted on any yet.
Oh, okay.
Right, so unless there's an objection, I'd like to vote on all 6 at once. Is there anyone that objects to that process? Okay, we need 10 votes to add these to the agenda. Roll call vote, please.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 14 ayes, motion carries. They're all been added. Greg?
Dan, I think we owe it to our clerks to just recognize the challenge that this sort of last-minute scramble creates, and hopefully we can send a message to not have this happen again. You'll see at next meeting every single meeting date for the rest of 2026. I guess I would just ask people to try and plan accordingly, because one, we don't get to properly notify the public, and it also creates a tremendous amount of work before the meeting for our clerks. So I want to raise that up, and this is an exorbitant number of additions comparatively to what we usually add, 1 or 2 at a time.
Here, here.
Okay, thank you. I would like to, now that we've added these 6, do a little more rearranging. If there's no objection, I would like to do resolution AB next, the seismic monitoring. Any objection to that? Okay,
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, Ann, I think this one's yours again.
Okay, I'd like to move authorization to renew seismic monitoring agreement with Cornell University.
Is there a second? Veronica seconds.
And I'll let administration speak to this, or our attorney?
So I believe we sent out a lot of information about, so this resolution was on the agenda last month and was pulled for additional information. Those information was shared through your emails. So I don't know if any one of you have any specific question. We have a team from Cornell that will be able to also respond if there are specific questions relating to this specific resolution.
Discussion. Ready to vote then?
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 14 ayes, the motion carries. Great, thanks. Okay, we are now going to continue with the regular order. We are up to the consent agenda. And start with the appointments. Just got a lot of them. Give me just a moment here. Here we go. From the Health and Human Services Committee to the Human Rights Commission, Margaret Griocco, Commissioner. From Housing and Economic Development Committee to the Strategic Tourism Planning Board, Steve Seelan, at-large member, and Michael Miller, at-large member. From the Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee to the Planning Advisory Board, Scott Whittam, Built Environment Design Representative. From the Government Operations Committee to the Tompkins County Board of Assessment Review, Judy Malice, at-large member. To the Environmental Management Council, Peter Allen McDonald, Danby Municipal Representative. Stephen Nicholson, Town of Caroline Municipal Representative. Christine Collins, Town of Ulysses Representative. Steve Bisson, Town of Dryden Representative. Barry Seeby, Town of Groton Representative. To the Southern Tier 8 Regional Board, Katie Borgella, Planning and Sustainability Commissioner. To the Strategic Tourism Planning Board, Kelly Makosh, Recreation Representative, Barbara Romano, Cornell University Representative, Marion Ware, At-Large Representative, Alexis Zaharis Grimm. To the Environmental Management Council, Kate Darfler, At-Large Representative, Dan Antonioli, At-Large Representative. To the Hillview Landfill Citizens Advisory Committee, Joel Gagnon, Neighborhood Representative. From the Government Operations Committee to the Tompkins County Library Board of Trustees, Carrie Bauer, Trustee. To the Ethics Advisory Board, Mary Beth Harrington, At-Large Member. To the Public Information Advisory Board, Linda Holzbauer, At-Large Member, and Ronald Van Ormer, At-Large Member. To the Tompkins County Historical Commission, George R. Boyer, Commissioner. From the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee to the Air Services Board, Ken Hodges, At-Large Representative. From the Health and Human Services Committee to the Community Mental Health Services Board, Thomas Kelly, At-Large Representative. Mary Hutchins, At-Large Representative. Auguste Duplan, L. Duplan, At-Large Representative. To the Community Mental Health Services Board, Mary Hutchins, Community Mental Health Services Committee Representative. To the Community Mental Health Services Board Substance Use Committee, Jacob Parker Carver, Community Member. To the Community Mental Health Services Board Development Disability Committee, Sally McConnell-Benet, Mental Health Services Board Representative, and Sheila McInerney, Mental Health Services Board Representative. To the Office for the Aging Advisory Committee, Deborah Rowe, At-Large Member. To the Human Rights Commission, Mullen Kay, Commissioner, and Pei Soyinka Arowele, Commissioner. From the Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee to the Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee, Samantha Almendinger, County Staff, Nicholas Bennett, Community Member, and
That hasn't gone through.
that's later.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's later.
Okay, so those are the appointments, and then for the resolutions, I shall read them all. From the Public Safety Committee, Resolution A, authorization to contract with Dr. Marshall Trabout for jail services, 3-year contract, ID number 13742. From the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Resolution B, authorization to negotiate with the landlord of Seneca Place for office space, ID number 13754. From the Government Operations Committee, Resolution C, contract for multi-year approval, County Clerk Software, Tompkins County Clerk, ID number 13702. Resolution D, New York State grant for Tyler Technologies, ID number 13734. Resolution E, acceptance of grants funding, New York State 250th Commemoration Commission on behalf of the New York State Education Department, ID number 13733. From the Health and Human Services Committee, Resolution F, budget adjustment, Department of Social Services, Family Assistant Program, ID number 13708. Resolution G, budget adjustment, Department of Social Services, Tompkins County Office for the Aging, COFA, and FoodNet, ID number 13719. Resolution H, budget adjustment, County Office for the Aging, Unmet Needs, and Department of Social Services, ID number 13718. And from the Housing and Economic Development Committee, Resolution I, authorization to disperse county funds to the Community Housing Development Fund, CHDF, for Round 24 Award, Urban Encore Cayuga Street Redevelopment, ID number 13747. Can I get a member to move the consent agenda? Rich moves, Amanda seconds. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes. 14 ayes, motion carries. Thank you, everybody. We're moving on to standing and special committee reports, motions, and resolutions. Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. The Public Safety Committee met last week, December 9th, for our final meeting of the year. And we had a good discussion. I had asked the committee members and department heads and anybody else who regularly comes to public safety to bring a wish list with them. We called it the holiday wish list. But the idea was to try to front load priorities for 2026. And we had a great discussion. There were lots of things we talked about across the whole spectrum. By the way, including the specialized secure detention. You know, this is something that really needs attention at the state level when we have to house youth. But at any rate, it was, I think, a good point of entry for anybody who's going to be on public safety in 2026. The only other thing I'd mention are the jail numbers. As you know, I've been reading the jail numbers every meeting. Today we have 62 people in the jail and 2 board outs. And I hope whoever is leading public safety next year continues to highlight these numbers so we pay attention to how many people we are maintaining in our jail. Thanks.
Thank you. I've appreciated hearing those numbers. Questions or comments for Rich? All right. Thank you. Next up, Tompkins Intergovernmental Relations Committee, Shauna Black, Chair.
Thank you. We have not met in a few months, and I guess game over for this year.
Game
More
over.
to be continued.
Any questions or comments for Shauna?
I didn't mean game over, like we're not around anymore.
Great, thank you. Next up, Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Veronica Pillar, Chair.
Thank you. WDIC is going to be meeting on Thursday, 2 days from now at 3 p.m. right here in these chambers. We are going to hear presentations on departmental equity indicators from county administration and also from human resources. And we're also going to have a preliminary discussion about what our goals might want to be in 2026 and what happened in 2025.
Questions or comments for the Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee? Okay, thank you. Next up, Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Mike Lane, Chair.
Thank you. We met on December 11th. We had a thorough discussion about our where we were with our goals. We had set goals for ourselves and the committee at the beginning of the year, and we reviewed them all at the end of the year and gave ourselves, I suggested pass, fail, or incomplete. I think we have a lot of incomplete ones, but I thought we'd had about a B+. I think Randy thought we were a B, so we averaged those together. What's that, an A?
A++.
But I think it's a good process for us to keep track of what we're doing. Human Resources reported, Larry Workman, that there were 817 current employees and there are 139 election workers. We had a lot of resolutions we passed, and a lot of them are on the agenda tonight. But other than that, that's what I wanted to report. Do you want to say anything, Deborah?
I would just say that the reason we had a lot of incompletes is that the things that we had on our list of goals were things that are ongoing. So there would never be complete. And it's not a comment on the work of the committee. And thank you, Mike, for the work you did this year as chair.
Well, we appreciate all the members of the committee, including you as vice chair.
Okay, Mike, you have a lot of resolutions, including a number that were added tonight, so.
Okay, let's see.
Start.
What do you want me to go with first? You want me to go with K?
Yes, please.
Changes in positions, various departments. That's ID 13761, and I move.
Randy seconds. Any discussion? Okay, let's have a vote then.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
14 ayes.
14 ayes, motion carries.
L is resolution setting compensation and hours of work of the Tompkins County Sheriff for the term of office January 1, 2027 through December 31, 2030. And I so move that.
Deborah seconds.
Can I say something about
Yes,
that?
please.
And the next resolution, we do this every year, every 4 years rather, to set the salaries for the county clerk and the sheriff. And we had an issue a year or so ago about the sheriff's salary, when we made a change, which is something we don't usually do. Hopefully, these resolutions will eliminate the need for that, because after the initial January 21st, 27 salary, after that, they will be tied to the management contract.
Any further discussion? Okay, let's have a vote on resolution L.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
14 ayes.
14 ayes, motion carries.
Resolution M, resolution setting compensation and hours of work of the Tompkins County Clerk for the term of office from January 1st, 2027 through December 31st, 2030. And I move it.
Veronica seconds.
Same go.
Any discussion? Resolution M? Wow, okay.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
14 ayes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Resolution N, approval of the classification of one deputy county attorney position from management grade 89 to management grade 91 pursuant to New York State Civil Service Law, Section 22 of the County Attorney's Office. I so move.
Veronica seconds.
If you have specific questions, I think Maury would be the right person to respond.
Questions or comments about resolution N? Ready to vote then?
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
14 ayes.
14 ayes, the motion carries.
Resolution O is replacement resolution concerning tax stabilization reserve, and it's ID 13709, and I move it.
Is there a second? Lee seconds.
This is a technical correction of a resolution we did prior.
Discussion. I'd like to say something. So there were two of us that voted against this when it came up originally. I was one of those people. I will be voting against it again for the same reason. I just don't think it's necessary or helpful to put restrictions on some of the money that we have in our funds. I would just rather keep it in the general fund unrestricted. Any other discussion? Okay, let's have a vote then.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Dan Nolan.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
No.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
No.
I have 9 to 5.
9 to 5, the motion carries.
Now, where do you want me to go? You want
I
me
think
to
you
go
have resolution W.
W, all right. Authorizing contingent funding for community shelter capital project for shelter development services, and I so move.
Travis seconds. Discussion.
Yeah, we've just added this, and this is simply money we got to take out of contingency to pay for the services and for the shelter. I think probably Corsa can answer questions if you have them.
Questions or comments about Resolution W? Randy?
So in reading this, it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth whereas. So what we're doing is we're putting funds aside so that this company will design for us this shelter or do consulting and also apply for grants, those types of things, or?
Yes. So we signed an agreement, I believe, in 2024 to hire M&M Development to help work with us. We couldn't submit the application for the HHAP last year, so their work continues. So this helps us to be able to continue to pay them and get the application ready for submission by April or May when the state opens the HHAP application time window.
Okay. So I know this is a big conversation. We're looking at $15 million to build this new homeless shelter, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So is there any, I think this is discussion that may come forth, I know it will because I'll bring it forth, next year is do we need to build this shelter? Can we use the current shelter and make repairs to it to make it succeed and take that money that the state's giving us and do something else with it to create housing? So I think this is a...
So the state will not give us the money for different purpose. This is purely shelter funding. So either we apply for the funding to build the shelter or we don't build it at all.
Okay. Or we use what we have.
Or we use what we have, yes.
Which is a rental.
What's a rental?
Okay, any other discussion, Resolution W? Let's have a vote then.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes. That was not me.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
No.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
13-1.
13-1, the motion carries. I think those are all your resolutions, Mike. Do you agree?
I think so. Is there any more? We can come back.
Very good. Okay, thank you for that long one. Next up, Community Recovery Fund Advisory Committee, no report. Downtown Facilities Special Committee, Randy Brown, Chair.
We haven't met in December. We're not meeting in January, and anything that comes up related to that will be discussed in the Facilities Infrastructure meeting in January.
So
Questions
is
or
this
comments?
the death knell of the Downtown Facilities Committee?
That's to be determined.
Okay.
Questions or comments for Randy? Okay, thank you. Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Lee Shirtliff, Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a request to move Resolution V up underneath this committee. I've got a member of the public here, and this has been handled jointly by both F&I and Housing.
No objection.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Resolution V, AGMT, Architectural Glass and Metal Technician, and NACC North American Contractor Certification requirements for glazier work on Tompkins County projects. ID number 13705, and I'll move it.
Greg seconds.
And a member of the public is here, Joe Comfort, from Regional Business Representative for District Council Number 4, International Union of Painters and Allied Trades of America and Canada, AFL-CIO. And Joe and other associates have been with us at previous meetings to discuss industry trends and requirements regarding glazing projects. Legislator Sigler brought this forward to us at 2 meetings ago, and we followed again with discussion as well at Housing and Economic Development Committee. And I think the resolution speaks to itself, but I'll let others add to it.
Does anybody want to add to it? Mike Sigler.
No, I just wanted to say, I mean, I want to thank both committees. A lot of work did go into this. I mean, frankly, I would have made it more of a requirement, but as in all things legislative, certain concessions were made so that this could get through committees. And I think in the end, we do have something that does have some meat to it. So I want to thank Greg for helping bring that forward and making some changes to it. And also, obviously, Lee for entertaining the idea and bringing it to this point. So if you really do have any questions, Joe is an expert in this. Glazing has come a long way from the windows we see here in this building. I mean, a lot of our major buildings now, even in downtown Ithaca, are made primarily of glass. And this is a requirement, much like we would with plumbers or electricians. This puts more of a requirement on the people that are doing our glazing work. So, thank you.
Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. You know, when this first came to HED, as Mike is a member of, and we felt strongly in the sort of job training and credentialing experience that this provides our workforce. These credentials, the NACC North American Contractor Certification and the AGMT Architectural Glass and Metal Technician, are available to both union and non-union shops. And also there was a threshold set, which was really for large projects and renovations. This would not necessarily, while it would probably be the preference of many, that we always use a technician that's certified, you know, small replacements here and there. This would not be necessarily a factor in, but while encouraged. Also, this has gone through, I think, almost 3 months of committee work, and there's been an opportunity for our facilities department to weigh in, check our local contractors, and make sure that there's you know, enough of a pool to be that are certified and carry this designation, so that this really wouldn't have an impact on contractor selection or the like. So I think this is a good effort between both committees, and appreciate Mike for elevating this type of work, as it's probably something that many of us before this conversation, I know some members of the committee, we were, you know, chatting back and forth beforehand saying, what's glazier work? You know, and so it's been educational and informative. So I think this is a good step for the county. One of the additions that Mike was mentioning was there's sort of an out clause in here that does give the director of facilities the ability to waive the policy should it have a lack of competitive bids or create substantial delay to a project, but that would need to be reported back to F&I. And as we expressed to Joe, in one of the committees, it's up to them to make sure that there's enough people, you know, putting bids in and having this credential to meet those demands, so that we don't have to use that out in the event that it should come to that.
Further discussion, Resolution V. Let's have a vote then.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
14.
That is unanimous. Motion carries. Anything else from F&I?
F&I met on Thursday, December 4th, a little early in the month, in order to move some resolutions forward, which had been covered tonight under other areas. And we've had pretty good discussion the last couple months regarding the 5-year capital plan, both the financing as well, potential financing, as well as what's on the horizon moving forward for the next legislature. And I want to acknowledge Mike Lane's service on that committee for much of his many years here on the legislature, and he's given us some good suggestions as to future activities of the committee, one being that we take a more comprehensive look at the capital plan moving ahead, given the number of projects that are in the pipeline, and also to remind us that we do have a role with ITC, TC, and couple of places that where Mike has really been our point person as a member of that committee, and we'll need to think about that a little bit. But and I just want to state as chairman, I appreciate, Mike, your mentorship through that time of my chairmanship, and for hanging in there with us and providing the perspectives that only those years can provide.
Mike.
Thank you, Lee. And one other thing we need is a continuous special committee for the Center of Government project.
So noted.
Any other questions for Lee? Legislators, it is 7:25. I'm guessing we maybe have an hour left. What do you want to do?
Take a break.
Take a break.
10 minutes.
Okay. 10-minute break.
Always take a break.
Wow, that's very effective.
Did you use the big one? Or?
No, I used the big one when we took the break.
You're not just the least bit safe.
Okay, we are back in session. I would like to start with Resolution AA. And is this a peak resolution?
Which one is it?
Sorry, that's the solar array?
No, I'm not sure if it even went through a committee at all.
No.
You put it on the agenda. Do you want to move it?
Sure.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
But I see our county administrator's not here. Oh, let's see. But I'll move it and see what happens. Authorizing the county administrator to commence work on a solar array at 55 Brown Road pending continued negotiation of an amendment of the ground lease for the premises. I'd like to move that.
Thank you. Is there a second? Veronica seconds.
And
I can address it.
yeah, thank you.
I can also talk to it if you need.
Okay, great.
Oh, Terry's here.
Maury, why don't you take it?
Yeah, so,
Oh,
go ahead, Maury.
yeah, okay. Terry, feel free to jump in. But basically, the solar array project is one that is supported by clean energy tax credits. And in order for those credits to remain available, construction has to begin by December 31st. The Sustainability Department proceeded very diligently to get this done earlier this year. The ground lease amendment, the ground lease is with Cornell. And Cornell basically, put a number of requirements onto the project that partially have been fulfilled. One was getting land use approval from the Village of Lansing, notwithstanding the fact that we had actually overridden that local requirement using the Monroe balancing test. We got the land use issue out of the way. Then, in the course of negotiating an amendment of the ground lease to allow the project to go forward, Cornell has asked for additional insurance requirements which remain under negotiation and are unlikely to be completed in time to allow for construction to begin. So what this basically does is authorizes the county administrator to begin construction on a limited basis, which would be with Cornell's consent, in order to preserve our opportunities for this tax credit as much as we can, while at the same time continuing to negotiate an amendment to the ground lease and to return to the legislature when the amendment has been negotiated for review and approval of the amendment to the ground lease. Terry, feel free to add.
No, the only things I would add is the tax credit's worth about $300,000 to the county, so it's not a small amount of money. And where this lease is to cover not only the solar array that we're looking to construct, but it's also retroactively approving EV charging stations that we should have gotten approval for in the past but didn't. So that would also be covering that.
So just to add, we need to apply or need to start construction before the end of the year because of the tax credit. So that's why this didn't have time to go through committee.
Great. And we also have Jennifer Tavares, Cornell Community Relations here if we need any discussion on that end. Randy.
Yes, Maura, I did read your email on this. So do they want to renegotiate the insurance requirements for the entire property, just where the solar panels are going?
Some of it is actually all of it is for the entire property. Some requirements reflect existing requirements. Some requirements are additional, such as an umbrella policy. Some requirements would only apply to future projects. There are some categories of insurance like builder's liability and other construction-related policies that would be required for future projects in a particular amount, but would be waived for this project. There were other additional requests in there, increasing the frequency by which insurance might need to be increased due to changes in the replacement cost of the building and the like. We have, I think I circulated it with the email, a markup of the draft lease amendment that we had received, and hopefully, from that, it'll become clear what things are absolutely necessary and what things are not, and we can take it from there. So hopefully that'll move quickly and efficiently. But again, in order, with the holidays coming, in order to, get construction moving prior to the 31st is the reason, why we asked for the authorization for the county administrator to begin construction. And whatever activities those are would be consented to by Cornell.
Mike Lane.
Yeah, I'm surprised here about the Cornell requiring these other things about insurance at the end. We're a terrific tenant for them in the Cornell Industrial Park. We pay our rent. I know there's been some problems with other properties in the park. We're trying to do something to help the environment. I should think Cornell would be patting us on the back and saying, what can we do to help with this? It just troubles me a lot. We talked in F&I at one point about, should we move this project to the airport? And I wish we had. And I realized it would meant we might lose some tax credits, and Terry certainly didn't want to see us do that. Thank you, Terry, for being an advocate here. But I really think that the problem here is the ground lease, and it could be made much simpler if Cornell hadn't said they wanted a lot of these requirements they came up with.
Rich.
Yeah, I'd second what Mike said. This does seem like these requirements, which I read through, are pretty onerous, it seems. Were proposed basically because we really needed this in order to move this solar project forward. I just hope the legislature going forward is really careful if there's any consideration of renting any other property up at the Cornell Tech Park, which is unfortunate, but I don't think you want to put yourself in that position. Thanks.
Anybody else? I guess I also just noticed that at the same meeting we did, allow Cornell to have a seismic monitoring apparatus on our land for no charge. Just can't help but noticing that. Greg.
I know that Jennifer is here in her official capacity. I just would wonder if Cornell has a response at all or wants to share a response with any of the concerns raised here by members of the legislature.
Jennifer Tavares, do you want to say anything? You are welcome.
I don't really want to. I guess I will just say I can't speak as to the requirements regarding insurance. Obviously, our folks in real estate and legal are responsible for these negotiations. I will just say that I have spoken with them several times through the process and with Corsa and folks at the county, and I do think we have been trying to move this forward and resolve these issues as timely as possible. I continue to follow up and try to support getting this done for the county as best I can. So we've regularly been in contact about this, and I know we are trying to foster this through to solution for you. So thanks, and I know some of this is inconvenient and not how you ideally would have preferred, but I'm hoping we will get there by your deadline. So thanks.
Thank you. We're all hoping that. Mike Sigler.
Did we have a cost for all these changes, or did I miss that? Or?
We don't know.
That's something that administration is looking into and pricing now.
Mike Sigler, you mean the cost of insurance?
The cost to buy everything that Cornell is now requiring us to buy.
Yes, we're pricing that.
Okay. Any other discussion before we vote?
Well,
yes.
How can we vote on something without a price? I mean,
go ahead, Maury.
We're voting to commence the construction to an extent reasonable to protect the tax credits while we continue to negotiate with Cornell. So the resolution does two things. It says you can start construction, so we'll do some limited activities intended to protect the tax credits while we continue to negotiate with Cornell. The second piece of the resolution is once those negotiations have come to fruition, we will come back to the legislature with a fully negotiated ground lease amendment for the legislature's review and to vote on it. If it turns out that that's voted down, there may be some amount of dismantling that we have to do or what have you if the project cannot go forward. But the cost of that is, I think is a reasonable thing to undertake in an effort to protect approximately $300,000 in tax credits.
Okay. I hope that when we are negotiating with Cornell, at least maybe they'll cost share with the cost of whatever insurance is included. So, thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, let's have a vote on resolution AA.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
No.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
12-2.
12-2, the motion carries.
I didn't want Mike to be alone.
Okay, we are now going to go to the Government Operations Committee. Amanda Champion, Chair.
All right, thank you. Government Operations met for the last time this year on December 4th. We had cupcakes, and we went through quite a lot of discussions and some resolutions that I will talk about. We had a great presentation from Ben Sandberg at the History Center about their really cool project called History Forge, where they are, if you haven't heard of it, check it out. It's a website, History Forge, and they're essentially mapping census records onto digital maps. So you can go back in time and look at who owned such and such house, or find photographs of a particular property. Very interesting stuff, and trying to, and successfully getting this out to other communities. Other communities are using it to map their communities. So very cool project, amongst other things. We also looked at the end of the year legislator travel and training account, and I can't remember the exact number, but there was still a little bit money left over in there. So that does kind of bode well for next year, because it does tend to happen where some legislators use a little bit more, some legislators don't use any at all. But hopefully it kind of works out that everybody gets to go to conferences and things that they would like to. We also passed the resolution to set next year's meeting dates, but you all will, those of you who will be here next January, you will get that resolution then, and you can decide if you will change any of the dates or remove any of the dates as the legislature sees fit. And then I think I have some resolutions.
You have a lot of resolutions. Before you do that, is there any questions or comments for Amanda? Okay.
Okay, so I'll start with Q, returned village taxes ID 13666, and I'll move that.
Is there a second? Mike Lane seconds.
And this is just the general thing, this and the next one that we do every year to make villages and school districts whole. If they don't get their taxes paid to them, we reimburse them, and then we take up their tax issues.
Any discussion? Ready to vote on resolution Q?
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Dan Nolan,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes,
14 ayes.
that's unanimous. Motion carries.
Okay, similarly, Resolution R, return school taxes, ID 13667.
Travis seconds. Discussion. Okay, let's have a vote.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Dan Nolan,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes,
14 ayes.
14 ayes, motion carries.
Okay, Resolution S, adoption of apportionment of taxes for 2026, ID 13668.
Travis seconds. Any discussion? Okay, let's have a vote.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Dan Nolan,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black, Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes,
14 ayes.
that is unanimous, motion carries.
Okay, so the next two are Resolution X and Y, and Darby Kiley is here if there are questions, but, so there was the resolutions that we added to the agenda, but there are an additional couple of changes to those. And I can say them and then we can talk about that. So one is making a negative declaration of environmental significance in relation to Resolution 2025 authorizing the sale of Fall Creek Road tax parcel number 2-1-2.
So you're moving Resolution X?
Yes.
Is there a second? Veronica seconds.
So, so the change that I would like to make, so this is, I hope most people understand this, but so this is a small piece of property in Freeville that hasn't been paid taxes on in quite some time. Recently, well, not recently, actually, I guess in April, an heir came forward and said they wanted to pay the taxes on this property and then get it back to them. So we talked about this at one point in GO. Mike Lane was asking, what does the Village of Freeville think? There's a letter about that. So I talked to Darby today, and I think most of us were prepared to, go forward with this and give this parcel or allow this parcel to be, paid up for by the heir. However, no one in the county has actually heard from this person since April. And it kind of became clear that, we could still wait. The finance department has reached out several times. Darby has been pursuing this. But I think sort of the general sense is that we'd kind of like to get rid of this piece of property. We don't need to have it. And it sounds like the Village of Freeville would be willing to take it. So the amendment is in the second line of this first resolution, where it says tax parcel number 2-1-2 back to the heir of the previous owner, we would say to the Village of Freeville instead.
Kind of
Okay.
a big change.
It is a big change.
So is it being moved with that, or is it being amended?
This is an amendment.
It's an amendment, okay. Are there any objections to that amendment? Anyone find it unfriendly?
Get a second?
Well, I'm asking if
If there's no objection.
there's no objection to that amendment. Sounds like there's no objection, so that is the main motion now.
So, if people have questions or
Mike Sigler.
So if we're going to transfer the deed to the Village of Freeville, are we going to put the same deed restriction upon it?
Say that again a little louder.
If we're transferring the deed to the Village of Freeville, are we going to put the same deed restriction on it that we would have for the heir?
I will look to Darby.
Yes, we have done that in the past. They actually own a parcel right beside this one that has a deed restriction that limits 100 feet, or includes a 100-foot buffer, so yes.
Any other, Randy?
And they're going to pay the tax amount that we already have? Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Any other discussion? Mike Lane?
I just don't want to have, I don't think they've committed about the tax amount, but I think that's something that's got to be negotiated still. Is that correct, Darby?
Yes, that comes in the second resolution, suggesting to change that to an amount to be negotiated with the village, yes.
Any other discussion, Resolution X? Okay, let's have a vote then.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 14-0, the motion carries.
Okay, so the second part is authorizing the sale of the Fall Creek Road tax parcel number 2-1-2, and I would move that.
Mike Lane seconds.
So the amendments here would be in the fourth whereas, we would take out where it says heir of the previous owners and change that to the Village of Freeville. And the same farther down in the first resolved, take out heir of the previous owner and add Village of Freeville. And also, it states the approximately $3,000 cost. So the amendment there would be to take that out and say for the price to be negotiated with the village.
Debate. Deborah.
So I have a couple of questions. I mean, I would assume that all these years that the taxes haven't been paid, we have, in accordance with our procedure, made the Village of Freeville whole for the taxes that they didn't receive, right? So why would we sell it to them for less than the taxes that we've been out of pocket? Just because it's the Village of Freeville?
Mike?
Well, that figure is more than just the village tax. The village tax
No, I
is pretty small.
understand that, but
Pretty small.
That's fine, Mike, but we've paid the village taxes and we've paid the town taxes, and I'm sure we've paid the school taxes. So why would we take a loss on selling this thing just because it's the village and not a private taxpayer?
Because this is protecting the stream over there, and we often have purchased properties or given grants for the protection of the streams in other places in Tompkins County.
Well, that may be, but if this is a sale of a property for taxes, and I don't think it should matter too much who buys it.
I guess I would say because it goes to the public good at this point, it's not a private sale. That's my thought. Hey, we didn't get this amendment checked. So that's an amendment to the resolution. Is there anyone that objects to this amendment? Okay, that becomes the main motion. Continuing with the discussion, Rich.
Yeah, I think this is a good resolution to end up with the village owning the property, and it's a small amount. So you say, well, doesn't really matter, but you still have this issue that Deborah raised, but further, the rest of the taxpayers in the county will be subsidizing this tax loss. And so that's it's not sitting very comfortably. Even though it's a small amount, I mean, maybe we should just do it because of the stream bank protection. But I wish they could come up with the $3,000. It just seems like that would be a much better result here.
Greg.
Yeah, if this is for public good and for environmental conservation activities, it almost seems appropriate that the funds could come from the natural resource, what's the
Natural Infrastructure Capital Program.
Natural Infrastructure Capital Program, and could offset the tax loss. I mean, I know it's sort of one pot to another, but to Rich's point, a fund that's been established to ensure conservation and public good is then subsidizing this transfer, and not the
Taxpayers?
Not the taxpayers' share.
Did the Natural Capital Infrastructure Fund to begin with.
Sure, but those funds are for those purposes where.
I think that would be optically much better, yes.
I would suggest that if there's appetite.
Maybe Darby could speak to that.
Yeah, I think the only downside of that is that there's a cap on how much the county would contribute based on the, I think it's appraised value of the property. So I'd have to look at those details again, but it might only be that they could get half. Right now, the assessed value is $1,000, so they might only be able to get half of that assessed value, which would be $500.
Okay.
And just for a little bit of history, we, in the past, the few sales we have had to municipalities for this program, or, through the tax foreclosure process, it has been at half price of the taxes. The adjacent property that the village owns was sold to them in 2017, and the assessed, or the delinquent taxes were a little over $1,200, and we sold the parcel to them for $600. So and another situation happened in the town of Ulysses, where it was for half the price of the amount of taxes owed.
Mike Sigler.
Well, now you guys got me thinking about this. I mean, the county is the one that does stabilization. That's one of the things our planning department does is determine which banks need stabilization. Us turning it over to Freeville doesn't actually ensure that. I mean, because that's something we do. So I guess my question is, what is Freeville agreeing to do? Stabilization isn't just we're not going to build on it. Stabilization is you do plantings, you put trees, you stabilize the bank. Is Freeville planning to do that? Because that's literally what the county has done in other. Go ahead, Darby. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, it's an intact riparian buffer. There's no buildings. I think the stream is pretty stable in that location. It's right to the east of the new bridge on, right through the village. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, nothing needs to be done there. It's just more a matter of having them not do anything, not have any disturbance that would cause any issues. And I think that's the protection mechanism that we have here. Why this even came to our attention is that it is a very small but nice piece of property that's protecting the stream.
Okay, thanks, Darby.
Veronica.
I passed. Darby answered the question I had.
Randy.
Yeah, I'm glad we're looking at selling the property. The county doesn't need to own it. But once the price is negotiated, does that come back before the legislature? Do we vote on, or we're just approving it as whatever it is?
Maury?
Per policy, given the amount, I think administration can just approve the contract. But if you would like the report back before an agreement is actually signed, transferring the property to the village, assuming that could be negotiated, and I don't see any reason why we couldn't do that.
Randy?
I'd like to make an amendment that we agree to take half of what the taxes are due right now. And that's what we'd agree to. That's what's happened in the past.
Does anybody object to that amendment? Ann, you objecting to that?
Yes,
Okay. So
because this is all about negotiating, so.
Okay, so that is not a friendly amendment. Is there a second for Randy's amendment, which would add a half? Travis seconds.
Can I get it clearly what?
Yes. I'm sorry. Randy, can you state
Could you just clarify your amendment?
The amendment is to require the village of Freeville to pay 50% half of what the tax or due is, been the practice in the past, apparently.
Okay, so the amendment is to pay half the taxes due that are listed on that, on the resolution. It's been seconded. We're discussing the amendment. And
Travis, second.
So I believe our policy for this type of instance is to have them pay half of the value. So if the value is $1,000, it could be $500 then.
Darby?
In the past, it was the back taxes. But I think the half the value is based on the natural infrastructure money that's available.
Okay.
I think that's, maybe it was confusing there.
Amanda?
Yeah, it's such a small amount. I really think we need to just leave it at to be negotiated and let our staff negotiate it. If we were talking about a lot of money, I would be more concerned, but frankly, Darby has been working on this many times, many hours, and I think it's more important that we just move the parcel along and not necessarily worry about whether we get $500 or $1,000 or whatever. I think it's okay to trust our staff to do the best that they can.
This does seem to be one of those times when we discuss the smallest dollar amounts for the longest amount of time.
It's
Veronica.
the principle.
Point of information, we're on resolution Y, and was the amended not what was in the packet?
Yes.
Yes to what?
It was not in the packet, the amendment.
Yeah, sorry, in the red folder.
Yes.
That's the one that we're going off of?
Well, I've made those other amendments.
Okay, and that is in the second to last resolved. It says that the legislature approves the sale? Or did you read something different?
Yeah, the legislature approves the sale of the parcel to the village of Freeville, not to the heir.
And then there's a dollar amount that's
Right.
listed in this. That's been removed?
Yes, and to be negotiated with the village. And I think that nobody spoke up, but now we're talking about that again.
Okay.
That's been, the new amendment is saying that there is a dollar figure plugged in. It's half of 3,100 or whatever.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yes. Greg.
So wait,
Yes.
you had just called on me before the point of information.
Yes, and guess.
Thank
Please,
you.
go ahead.
I agree totally with what Amanda said. I don't think we need to quibble over this. The staff can just negotiate it. I thought the letter from the village of Freeville also seemed very reasonable, so I'm not worried.
Mike Lane.
I agree with Amanda. I just want to point out to folks how little Freeville is. I think their whole budget is only $300 and some thousand.
Any further discussion? Okay, so we're about to vote on the amendment, which would put in a specific dollar figure. That's the amendment we're about to vote on.
Increase their parking
Ready?
fees on the weekends.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
No.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black. Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
No.
Deborah Dawson.
No.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
No.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
7-7.
7-7, the motion fails.
Oh, I love this.
Okay. So I think,
That was for Mike.
sorry, it's not my turn to talk.
Yes, so we are back to the amended the amended resolution, which says the amount will be negotiated.
Can Mike Lane make a comment about having an odd number of legislators?
Yeah, for one last time.
I believe his eyes made the...
And can we bring up the
I'd
library?
like to bring back that resolution.
It's on my list, but Dan wants to do it at the end.
Okay.
Deborah.
Yeah, I know it's a small amount of money. I know we want to get rid of it, but just on general principle, I'm going to vote no on this because it just seems to me that, yes, the village's amount of the tax is small, but by the time the county makes the village and the town and the school district whole, the person or the entity that's going to take a bath on this is us. And it just doesn't seem right to me. So, y'all can vote yes, but I'm going to vote no.
Any other discussion? Mike Sigler.
I was just going to say the center of government really could fit.
Keep it small.
Not with the riparian buffer, though.
Very high.
12 stories.
It'd be a very high.
Remember, most of this parcel is underwater.
Much like the county's finances. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, boy, what a low blow.
Okay, further discussion. Let's have a vote then. Everyone know what we're voting on?
Yep.
Good.
Main motion.
The main motion, which includes, which is now
A price to be negotiated.
Freeville's going to get it for a price to be negotiated.
And it will not come back to the legislature. It will be a staff level decision.
Right.
That's how it's written. Okay.
Right, and that's consistent with I'm looking at the land policy, and that's fine.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
No.
Randy Brown.
No.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
No.
Rich John.
No.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 10-4, the motion carries.
I think I have more.
You do.
Okay, one thing I didn't mention, we did have a resolution at GO to accept a grant. I think it was $15,000 for the New York State 250th Commemoration Commission for next year's septuacentennial. Semi-quincentennial celebration. So we accepted that, so that's great. So there will be a little bit of funding to do some things. And so this next, and that will primarily be looked at by the Historical Commission. So my next resolution is an appointment which may be controversial. It's an advisory board appointment to the Tompkins County Historical Commission, and that would be for Michael E. Lane to be on that commission again until December 31st, 2028. So, I know there's been a lot of things said about Mike tonight. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
That we trust him
know.
with that.
Do we need an executive session?
I think we might.
I think we might.
If we could engineer a 7-7 vote, that would be cool.
Be doing me a favor.
Well, I'm sorry, Mike, what was that one?
I said, you might be doing me a favor.
You need a second.
I need a second.
Rich seconds, thank you. Any discussion? Let's have a vote, please.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Absolutely.
Dan Nolan.
Absolutely.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
I guess.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes, please.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
14-0.
14-0, the motion carries. Congratulations, Mike.
Thank you.
Anything else for or from the Government Operations Committee?
Yes.
Yes.
It's been my honor to be the chair of government operations, and I appreciate you all putting up with my humor and trying to make a little fun of things. And But you will note I have 3 trophies now. You each have 1.
No, 2 of those belong to your committee. They don't belong to you.
Oh.
Those stay in the trophy case, Amanda. Those stay in the trophy
You
case.
are harsh.
That was a
But
point of order.
I would like to bequeath the title of Best Committee for next year in deep hopes that they can fulfill the promise of being the best committee to Mr. Travis Brooks. So I know that they're getting a new color, and I'm going to be checking back in. So thank you.
All right, thanks.
No pressure.
Next up is the Health and Human Services Committee, Travis Brooks, Chair.
Oh, look at that. We did meet yesterday. I'll share a few things. We do have a resolution, and then I'll talk about OHR. The fellows from Whole Health came down and shared how things were going. It was really nice to hear from them. VOA came and joined us for a little while and shared what was going on at the shelter, answered a few questions. A few meetings ago, we were talking with DSS and Brittany. They have a family outreach worker, and that family outreach worker, I think it was 27 families that have been placed in the long-term housing from the shelters. So we had asked Brittany if we duplicated that for individuals, if you had an outreach person for individuals, could you figure out the savings for the county if there is one? So she came back with some numbers. Looks like the caseworker would run the county about $54,000, and we would save about $83,000 at a minimum by getting folks into housing. It could be a lot more depending on what options there were for permanent housing. So it's something that we'll talk about in the next month or two and what that could look like. But it does seem like DSS doing outreach, having workers that are directly involved in getting people into housing, not just doing the intake, really is providing some positive results for people in the community. I'll go to the resolution. I'm sure we're going to have some questions about OHR, so I'll hop into the resolution if that's okay. Resolution T, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funding, reallocation, pending Health and Human Services Committee action on December 15th, which was yesterday. We passed it. 13760. There were ARPA funds that the county was using for location projects. Those projects ended up being funded by grants. So it was about $400,000 that was returned. So the resolution basically is taking those monies and applying them to security services at the roadway. So the money would stay within the county. It would be used to pay for security services at roadway to shelter. Do we have a second?
Is there a second? Amanda seconds. Just further discussion. Ready to vote?
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
14-0.
14-0, the motion carries.
All right. So I'll run through OHR. I'll kind of give you the timeline, then get into the conversation from yesterday. Please, folks that are on the committee, hop in if I miss something or give the wrong information. Corsa has left, so maybe some questions won't be able to be answered this evening. But back last year during budget time, the question came up about the Office of OHR. In December, the previous director had retired. And so in the early winter, we were asked, HHS, to come up with a plan to figure out what direction we wanted to go into with the office. After Corsa was hired, got his feet wet. After he got his feet wet, we asked for county administration, along with the commission, to submit 2 to 3 pathways for the office. That happened in July. We had some questions, we had some concerns. They were supposed to come back to us after they were able to answer those questions and concerns and present the plans, and then we were going to pick one and then recommend that plan would be presented to the full legislature for us to decide which direction to go into. There was some miscommunication. I'm not sure exactly what happened. The budget came up. We wanted to make sure that the position was in the budget because we didn't have a direction yet. Then there started conversations about combining CEDO and the office, those two positions. And so in November, we realized that the position had been posted. It shouldn't have been posted because we didn't decide as a body what direction that we were going to go into. So we asked Corsa to come back this month, which was yesterday, and share with us the options so we could move forward. We were presented 4 different options. All the options have been emailed to you all already. I'm not going through each one of them. We decided on option B, which for the most part was to look at hiring a person to do outreach and education. We would staff with that particular position. We would support local agencies like Law New York, do some RFPs for local agencies to do some education, some of the celebrations. We would collaborate with the commissioners. This person that was hired would kind of figure out the education components and what that would look like. And then one of the things that we would do over the course of that year is evaluate what was happening, make a determination of what we wanted to do, if we actually wanted to remove the position from the charter, if we wanted to fill it with a director. Part of the problem with hiring a director to determine which direction that agency or that department was going to go into, you hire somebody, what do you say? Are they going to say, look, you don't really need me? We should go in a different direction. I'm willing to lose my job. Or you have somebody transfer here from out of state to work, and then we decide 3 months from now that we want to go in a different direction. We never made a decision as a body. So we felt like putting that on pause in option B would be the best way to move forward. So we voted in the committee, and we ended up with option B. Option B is in the emails that you all will see. Corsa was going to go back to option B, look at some things, clean up some things, put a resolution forward that will come to the body in January or February. Questions? Or anybody else on the committee, if I missed something or got something wrong, please.
Questions or comments? Amanda?
Well, just that one of the things that we considered was that we are paying rent for this space that has been closed for many months and not being utilized. And I think the committee pretty much all agreed that we feel like we could let go of that space if there are meetings or the commission needs to get together or they're holding office hours. We have various locations in county buildings. We also have a public library that rooms can be set aside, and we also have the Center for History and Culture, which is our building that we could have space in. So I think that was
part of it, yes.
Yeah.
Deborah?
Yeah, I just have one question. What happens if we hire this outreach coordinator person and then we decide that perhaps what we really need is a director? It's not going to be a foregone conclusion that the outreach person is going to be qualified to be the new director. So then what do we do with that person?
This is true. This is something that could happen. I think it's more difficult to go the direction of hiring a director of a department. I've been here for almost 4 years now. And the conversation that hasn't stopped is, what is this department doing? And over that course of that 4 years, it had never been figured out.
Still hasn't.
Right. One of the things that came up often is, because there's no investigative authority from that department, does it need to remain the same? And so in the options that were given, this seemed to be the one that made the most choice, to hire somebody at that level who can investigate, who we don't have an idea yet what we want them to do. We felt would be more problematic than creating this and looking at somebody to do what we've all said, that not all of us, but the majority of us, that we want. We want education, we want celebrations, and we want to be able to support the commission. And one of the problems is the commission has been doing work that they should be doing. They have been doing some investigations. Peggy felt when she presented in July that there was a law that allowed the commission to investigate. They haven't been supported by county staff in that way. They've been kind of acting on their own. And there are commissions. So my assumption would be, and Maury, correct me if I'm wrong, that if they give improper information, if they do something wrong, then that comes back to the county.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Amanda.
The other part of this is that the director position is in the charter.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we also kind of agreed that we would go this direction, give it some time, give this person and position time to sort of unfold, see what makes sense. If, a year from now, we do need a director, great, let's go forward and do that, or you all will decide that. If we don't, we would need to take it out of the charter. But we're not ready to make that decision right now. So I think, whether the person is a director or some other title, we do need somebody to kind of be figuring out what this office is doing and coordinating with the commission and coordinating with administration.
This is a really good conversation. I just want to remind you there's nothing on the table and no vote here, so. Veronica.
I'm sorry.
There is something on the table.
There is something on the table?
Sorry, I'll wait my turn.
Okay, Veronica.
Couple things. One, about the location, because I sat in on this committee meeting virtually, though I'm not on it, and I am fine with the space the office is renting right now is underutilized, and I don't know what we're paying for it, but we probably don't need to be. However, I do think it is important for the Office of Human Rights to have an accessible front door to the community, and Amanda tossed out a handful of options, or was it Travis, one of you, and some of those would be quite accessible and some would not be. For instance, now, like, the phone calls go to county administration for lack of any available Office of Human Rights staff, and phone calls can go wherever, but like county administration is not, in its current location, is not accessible to the public. And so, but maybe a walk-in place, even if its hours are limited at the Tompkins Center for History and Culture, that could work. I do think that's important because one thing I've heard over and over from the commissioners is that people do show up needing support, and that support can look all kind of ways. It doesn't have to be like investigating a legal complaint. And I forgot my second thing, so I'll pass there.
Greg.
Yeah, I don't believe the committee came to maybe the wrong conclusion. I just feel the process is a little flawed for a few reasons. I remember sitting here and a number of us sort of strongly asking why this position hadn't been posted yet. And then when the county administrator came back and said that they wanted to pause this position, providing some feedback that why would they make this sort of unilateral decision to do that. This position has been funded in our budget. That, to me, is a mandate from this legislature to go forward with that position.
That's a director's position.
A director's position.
Okay.
And it's been in the county charter, and it's been asked of the county administrator to start the search while also providing alternatives. So what I'm confused about is how a committee can make the decision on behalf of the legislature to stop this train once it's already started. I don't believe that I'm supportive of this process, of the outcome in this moment, but I think the process is flawed and not in accordance with the directive and decisions that this legislature has made. And as you saw by the plethora of additions to the agenda, one more probably wouldn't have tipped us over the edge. And so I think that it was a missed opportunity, but I don't believe that a committee has the authority to stop this process based on our rules. This would be like me saying as HED chair, if the committee voted such a way that we don't want to do the minimum wage study, right? The legislature already decided on that. They already funded that. So I just challenge this process a little bit because I don't think that we have the legislative steps in place to take back a decision that this legislature has already made and funded.
Maury, do you want to weigh in on this point and before we get back to the list?
I just want a point of clarity. Corsa had already told us that he was going to pull the job listing. So before it even came to committee, we were told that it was not going to be listed as
Yes, and I think
a position.
And is that because we only got one?
you may have been among the group that chastised the unilateral decision of that. So I guess I'm concerned a little bit there.
Okay, let's have Maury weigh in, and then we'll go back to the list.
Well, like much of the discussion about the Office of Human Rights and the Commission and their interrelationship, it's confusing, and I'll admit to being a bit confused. I think the position is in the charter and is funded, that those two things of themselves are not a direction to recruit for the position. We occasionally have positions that are approved and funded, but the recruitment is held up for one reason or another. So I'm not sure that the committee necessarily, violated a directive of the full legislature. I think, what's confusing about this is so that's one thing. So I don't think that the committee acted in a way that was out of order. What's confusing is, we're thinking about, who to hire for what position without a blueprint for what we want this office to do and what we want the commission to do. I mean, we have commissioners who have taken upon themselves to fill in the best they can as they see it, but possibly are acting beyond the scope of their authority by investigating complaints and the like, because that's not among their enumerated responsibilities in the charter. I was just scanning through that now. So, I think the selection of, whether it's A or B, and I'm not going to pretend to be as versed in that as Corsa is and county administration is, but before looking at Plan A or B or any other plans for staffing the office, is really to have, is to have, whether it's a working group or a committee or somebody sit down and say, this is what we want to design. This is what we want to do. Because, for example, if we wanted to have an investigative function in the Office of Human Rights, and I wasn't here at the time, whatever happened between the state and the county, that led the county to stop investigating human rights complaints. I could see good policy reasons for not investigating it, but in order to be an investigative office, you need a lot more than a director. You need, you need a director, and then you need staff. You need people who can investigate. And you need people who could then prosecute. So it's, entities around the state that have local prosecuting offices or local investigatory offices are on the level of New York City or the city of Yonkers or the county of Westchester or county of Suffolk, where they have much larger budgets and much larger populations than we do. So I mean, the place where I always get confused when this subject comes up is, shouldn't we look at what we want the office to do before deciding, do we want a director? Do we want a program coordinator? Do we want both? Do we want a bigger staff? It really depends on what we want the commission and the office to do, and to sort of separate and disaggregate what is it that the commission is supposed to do and what is it that the Office of Human Rights is supposed to do.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the list. Veronica thought of her second point.
Yes, my other point was going to be that whoever we hire for whatever position, I think it's really important that we give them the resources to be able to do whatever job we ask them to do. Clear direction might be part of it. We don't have that. But like, whatever it is, I think the office has had one employee this whole year, and which is not how it is supposed to set up. And to the best of my knowledge, that one remaining position certainly did not have the resources needed to do their job. Arguably, having a director would be one of the resources. We didn't have that. Hearing this, Maury's idea of like a working group or something to figure out what we want the office to be is a good idea. It is also, I'm pretty sure I recall this being discussed a full year ago, like at the end of 2024, as something we wanted to have done in 2025, and 2025 is basically over, and that didn't happen. So, tell me more.
The plan was presented in July.
But who was the working group?
I think some of this conversation needs to be in an exec session, to be honest with you. I'm trying to, because we're not voting on anything tonight and I'm sharing the conversation, I'm treading on thin ice here in what I can say and what I can't say. But we were presented the options in July. There were supposed to be a few legislators and folks working on this to come back, and some things just didn't happen. And then we got to a point where we're getting ready to hire somebody. We got through the budget, and we're like, look, we can't keep moving forward because we haven't done what we were supposed to do at the end of the summer. We just haven't done it. And so the options came back without a committee. That was part of the agreement. But the options came back without a committee. If you read the options, there's quite a bit of information in there. There's a lot of description of what would happen and what people would be doing and why. I don't know if everybody has had a chance to read it. It came a few weeks ago. But there were some things that were supposed that just didn't happen. And as far as I'm concerned, it was just some miscommunication along the way, and we ended up here. But we did have this conversation at the end of last year, like you said. We were presented this in July. There was the conversation you came to yesterday happened in July.
Sorry, you still going?
I guess it still sounds like it doesn't sound like there was a working group after July. Maybe there wasn't supposed to be, and I get that not everything can be said in public session, so I won't ask about anything else. And I'm not saying I'm not trying to cast blame or say someone did something wrong, just there was an idea of a process that we talked about last year that I don't see evidence of having happened. something happened, someone met, thought, came up with ideas, but I maybe it was just me envisioning that there would be some sort of public input. And I know there's people out there who are like, I have no idea what's happening with the Office of Human Rights. And to this day.
I'm going to take a quick turn, and then I've got Ann, Randy, and Greg. And what I'd like to say is that I think this should go to the full legislature. I think whatever was voted on at committee should then go to the full legislature, and that's the right place for this conversation. It's hard to have a conversation to decide what to do when we're not all looking at a written thing, whether we're agreeing with it or not. That's my input. Ann.
Yeah, I'm somewhat or very confused that, so as was said, a year ago, we were going to have, I thought, a working group which involved some people in the community. And all I saw and all I know about was that the chair of the Human Rights Commission came and did a presentation for HHS a couple months ago. And I want to say, I think that was misleading, or there were some misunderstandings. And I think in part because Pei used the words investigating. There is no investigating in the formal sense that someone isn't filling out or making a human rights complaint in that office and lodging a formal complaint, and there isn't a formal investigation. So what is happening when they had office hours, and the office hours, what they didn't just decide this on their own. They talked to administration, and they, wanted to fill in while we were deciding what to do. And it wasn't meant to be as long. I think it was, many, many months, and it was only meant to be a short time. But they stepped up. Most of them have jobs, and they stepped up to have office hours and have people, to see what issues people were. What issues people had in the community regarding human rights. And so they look into things, they make phone calls. I worked with them with a previous director, I'll say, on some constituent issues. And sometimes it's a phone call, sometimes it's referring people, to the right place, whether it's, for mediation or Law New York or the Worker Center, depending on what type of issue it is. Sometimes it's an issue with stalking or domestic abuse, and it's getting them to the right place, listening and getting them to the right place a lot of times. And if they do make a complaint to New York, we've all seen that, or I think we've all seen that New York is dropped the ball. They're not really doing anything, so that's kind of like a black hole right now. They're not really following up, and there's years before New York State does anything. So with all the office hours they had, I think that tells us there's a need for something in the community. If we were going to have something, I would like us to have certain hours, but I don't know who we have. We don't have any staff right now. We'd have to probably, if we went with that choice, we wouldn't have any staff to do that. But I would want to have it at the same place every time and predictable hours, every week. So I want to go back a couple months too at WDIC. We asked administration to come to us during the budget season. And because if there was going to be something different with the director for that office, we wanted to know, we wanted to be able to weigh in. And I think WDIC is a good place for us to be informed and have some input into that. And we were told that the director was going to be hired for that office. And that's what the Human Rights Commission, that's the knowledge that they had, that all of us, or a lot of us had until last week. So I do agree with what Dan said. I think we all need to or the full legislature needs to vote on this. I'd hate to see any other position changed in this manner, in this way. And I know there were reasons some things, got dropped or something happened, but this person is also the had been the fair housing officer, and Corsa was taking on that role. But is that really, I would want that to be part of it, and to look into what that person does when they have that responsibility too. And is that something that our administrator can do? Or if not, somebody else that could do that position? Thank you.
Randy.
Yeah, we talked about this for a good half hour in our committee meeting, and I was confused as well, so a bunch of what was said was talked about then and explained. I think it was acknowledged that, things could have been done better. I think that was acknowledged by people. And I think that the report that was done, it provides basically the basis for the job description for this position. We talked about all those things are in there, whether it's all B or part of D or whatever it is. I think that will come and the plan was for Corsa to draft a resolution which will come before the entire legislature. But I would like to read something that the chair of the Tompkins County Human Rights Commission provided to us. I thought this was quite interesting. And she said that the New York State Division on Human Rights is not currently a viable strategy for protecting our residents. And here's one particular comment. Grossness management, the Division of Human Rights could not account for 68% of the complaints sampled by the state auditors. Many complaints were never even entered into the case management system. Instead, some are kept in a filing cabinet, grotesquely labeled Twilight Zone. I just think that. So we're not the only ones who are a little confused by this, but I think that we're taking a lead, and I think we'll figure it out.
Randy, I want to just clarify something you said. Did you say that Corsa said in the committee meeting that he was going to write a resolution to come to the full legislature?
Yes.
I thought that's what we agreed on here.
Okay, well, should that be the end of the discussion then?
Right. I think I said earlier that this was what we talked about. We chose option B to be presented to the full body to be voted on.
Right.
I understand some of the concerns that have come up. Part of what happened in July, to Annie's point, Payee was very clear. She cited different law that allowed for the commissioners to investigate. And so one of the questions that was posed to Corsa and Maury was to look into what Payee had said, because she had a very different opinion on what we had been told at some time before a few of us got on the legislature about this particular department and their ability to investigate. I know
The state said we couldn't.
right, that the office is not the same as the commission, but Payee had she had different information that she was going on. There is a lot of confusion. I think Randy kind of said it best. There was some follies along the way. I don't want to point any fingers, and this is where we are right now. I do regret that we got this far along, but in order for this position to be funded, if we had chose option A, or at some point if you all choose option A, it had to be put in the budget. You couldn't hire later on if the position wasn't in the budget. So it had to go in the budget if we decided to move forward and hire for this position. I understand what a lot of people are saying, and I agree with a lot of that, and that's why we took this very seriously and asked for certain things to happen along the way.
Thank you. So I just want to state again, if there's a resolution coming, that's when this discussion should happen. I feel quite strongly about that now. Greg?
So nothing will be posted for this until a resolution is passed? What do you know?
The
what?
position was posted.
Which job? No, I'm saying the education and outreach coordinator.
Nothing will be posted. There's no decision to do anything except for bring it to the full body to decide on what to do. And the full body might say, we like B, but we need A, B, and C in there in order to make that happen. We have to have that discussion. This wasn't a decision made by HHS to tell you all what we're doing. It was a decision for us to pick which one of the options we thought was best to be presented to you all. That was it.
My only follow-up question is, do we need to have or should we have a resolution that, or a sense of the body motion to stop the hiring of a director, a charter director position? Is that necessary based on?
Already been stopped.
I know it's already been stopped, but many criticize that was a unilateral decision of the county administrator and not the direction of the legislature at that time. I'm just wondering if we should clarify our position as a legislature or not.
Can you state what the clarification would be?
That we pause the hiring of a director until a resolution can be provided for an alternative, or it's the expressed wish of the legislature to pause the hiring of the director, until an alternative resolution is brought forward.
Does anyone object to that concept, that idea?
Well,
Amanda?
Well, we're not going to do that tonight. We're not going to,
Getting a sense of the body.
I think it should happen on January 6th.
I think what Greg is trying to make sure is that nothing happens between now and January 6th. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
I think anything.
Does everyone feel comfortable with that? That that's what we're intending? That there's a resolution coming that the legislature will consider? Okay, great. We'll make sure that gets conveyed to Corsa. Shauna?
Yeah, I think part of our discussion was us seeing 3 different options, having a discussion. We talked about the pros and the cons. We did not have the letter from the commissioner. We did, however, have the vice chair that was here that spoke about how their commissioners were exhausted from answering emails and doing office work, and it just was not sustainable. We talked about perhaps a good location. We talked about how much we spent on rent for a location downtown. One of the things that I think we did mention in the meeting was to no longer have the place downtown that we're spending, $3,000 a month for rent, I believe, and no one was using that space. And so those were the conversations we have. I think Travis's idea coming here tonight was to provide an update and to keep people in the loop. Whenever we had talked to Katrina about if we should move forward with the resolution tonight, we had a very, very, very packed agenda. And it did not make sense to bring this forward as a resolution tonight because it's going to be a pretty robust conversation. So my assumption is that we will have a resolution, or we'll talk again about it in HHS. And, at that point, we would invite commissioners, we would invite the public to voice their concerns and comments, and then it would be brought to the full legislature, and we'd all make that decision of where we go with this office.
And in July, it was a very full presentation from both Corsa and PAE. They kind of jointly did the presentation, and Corsa laid out a few options. The one that involved the Human Rights Commission the most, PAE weighed on that and shared her vision during that period of time. But I would be happy in an exec session to share much more if at some point, if that's what people wanted, because there seems to be still some confusion.
Katrina wanted to say something.
I just wanted to add on to what Shauna said about not bringing a resolution, adding it to the agenda tonight. I thought that this was a topic that we needed to be transparent about and make sure that we had proper notice given to the public. Mm-hmm. And we wouldn't have if we had just put a resolution in the red folders.
I think it was good. It sounded like a really good committee discussion. You made a recommendation, and it's going to come to the full legislature. It sounds right to me. Anything further? Travis, you want to do Resolution Z, which wasn't exactly from your committee, but might as well. Thank you.
So during the budget process, Resolution Z, 2026 Tompkins County Budget Amendment Correction, County Administration, Reach Medical, Inc., Point of Care Ultrasound Machine.
Is there a second? Deborah seconds.
So during the process, I kept referring to the ultrasound machine as a mammogram machine. The ultrasound machine does all the things, including mammograms. And so there's a correction on the actual name of the machine. It's an ultrasound machine, not a mammogram machine, but also does mammograms.
Very good. Any discussion? Veronica.
I guess maybe this is picking a particular point. I totally support this, by the way, but mammograms and ultrasounds are fundamentally different technologies in that mammograms, you're sending X-rays, high-frequency light at a body and see what goes through. Ultrasound, you're sending high-frequency sound and seeing what bounces back. So I don't think one device can do both. However, both things are used for screening for breast cancer and other similar stuff. Plus, you can use the ultrasound machine for a lot more things. So from the technical perspective of like, it's not the same, but from the what can you do medically, it's based, I mean, I think there's pros and cons to each. There's some reasons ultrasounds would be better than mammography, and I'm sure the reach could do a lot overlapping with any mammography van with an ultrasound machine.
Ann?
I was going to say that, but I didn't have all the technical jargon to go along with that. So, thank you.
Shauna?
I think I spoke with Dr. Waldman before the meeting, and part of the decision to move to the ultrasound machine was that they're able to do ultrasounds of abscesses, of prenatal care, and also of, what else was it? I don't know. They just have more uses for an ultrasound than mammogram machine.
Yeah.
Travis, do you have your hand up again?
Yeah, just in conversation with Samantha about bringing this forward, the reason why it stuck to me is because when she shared with me all the things it could do, including mammograms, I was excited because of the bus not coming to the south side from Lourdes anymore. So in my head, just mammogram stuck, and I couldn't let it go because I know a few people whose life was changed by the bus coming to Southside. So it just stuck in my head as this is really important.
Any further discussion? Resolution Z. Okay, let's have a vote then. Oh, so our Zoom member has stepped away, so we can have a hand vote. So all in favor, Resolution Z? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Okay, moving on. Housing and Economic Development Committee, Greg Mezzi, Chair.
Thanks, Dan. We last met Wednesday, December 3rd at 3 o'clock. We had a workforce development presentation about the rising storm and how the workforce and different population groups are changing and the labor issues surrounding that. We got an emergency shelter update and conceptual design from our consultants. And we had the Community Housing Development Fund Round 24 award, which we passed in the consent agenda. We did opt to postpone the 2024 housing snapshot to a potential January or subsequent meeting. But that has been released by our planning department. I want to thank the team down there for the hard work that they do putting that together. It's a valuable tool. It's a valuable tool used in our economic development conversations that we have across the county and across the state in attracting people to this area and just getting a sort of a sense of where things are. That also will feed into a more robust sort of housing strategy study. And that data is very useful in providing a baseline information for the consultant selected to do that. We also heard from Ithaca Area Economic Development around their work plan and got a report from them, their 2026 work plan and a report from them. And they look forward to welcoming a new president of that organization, whose also name is Kurt, just much like the other person. So there'll be two Kurts in a 5-person office. So we welcome the new Kurt starting in January. I do have one resolution, which is Resolution U, Doc ID 13745. And that's a resolution to reaffirm the Tompkins County Legislature's encouragement of the passage of a home rule law to expand membership of the Tompkins County Industrial Development Agency, TCIDA, and I'd so move.
Is there a second? Deborah seconds.
What this does is, while not 100% necessary, it's more of again, just a reaffirmation of our intent that our state elected officials continue to carry this forward, and hopefully the governor will sign this. It would expand the IDA from 7 to 10 members, and you can see in
7 to 9.
Sorry, 7 to 9. I apologize. 7 to 9. Thank you. My colleagues are always so quick to correct mistakes, so I appreciate that about all of you this year.
Very diplomatic.
And so this would help us make sure that there was representation for both urban and rural areas of the county, members from the Ithaca Area Economic Development Board of Directors nominated by its chair, municipal taxing jurisdictions, school districts, organized labor, finance and banking, development and construction, and economic development, appointed in a manner consistent with New York State law. We just hope to have more robust representation at the IDA.
Okay, resolution U, discussion. Ready for a vote? All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Any last questions or thoughts for Greg? All right, thank you. And we did V already, so we're up to the Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. Our committee met on Monday, December 8th, and some of the highlights, we had a presentations from the Soil and Water Conservation District, and one of the things I wanted to let folks know is that John Degley said that he would be willing to give legislators, possibly maybe 1 or 2 former legislators, a tour of some of their projects. Some of the issues they deal with are erosion, nutrient management, a lot of things with farms. And so they also have a big tree sale each year, which folks might not be aware of. Last year, they sold 2,500 trees. So, and they're going to start their tree sale. They're going to start posting it again in January. To help people just to be aware of that and to order some trees to repopulate some of your properties. The Agricultural and Farmland Protection Board came and did a presentation. We had Crystal come and, sorry, I'm trying to have 5 pages of notes. Crystal Buck came from Cornell Cooperative Extension to talk about what that board does. And so one highlight of one of the things that they did this year was they had open farm days, and they had over 250 visitors. So I've gone on that tour a couple times, so I encourage other legislators to look for that and really get a hands-on and meet the farmers and tour their properties and see what they do. I know some of the legislators here have gone on some of the tours before. I think Deborah went with me one time to go look at some cows and things like that, and bison and various things. Let's see. The planning department gave some comments for the NYSEG rate case. And, I forgot to say, we also had pizza and sushi at ours. Not that we're the best committee, but we're pretty darn good, I'd say. Let's see if there's anything else. Recycling. Recycling materials management, they're working on changing their cost structure. It's minor, but there's a little bit of a cost structure change, so that for the smaller amounts where you might have paid per pound, you might be paying per ton, or per load, you might be paying per ton. But anyway, I can't remember all the exact details of that, but you can certainly look that up there, and they'll let us know when they're changing those numbers. But one of the things I wanted to mention was that they are starting to, they're doing a pilot program to recycle mattresses and box springs. So it would cost you more to recycle your box spring or mattress versus paying per pound or per ton or per load. It's right now the cost is going to be $31 for a mattress or box spring. So I hope some people take advantage of that, because there's some of the materials that you can recycle in those, and because of the volume of them, they take up a lot of room in the landfill, and it also costs a lot to truck them because just a lot of the volume is just air. So imagine stacking those all up on a truck to transport them. If you can break them down into their different materials, then it would be a lot more cost effective and recycle the different parts that you could. And so one of the things we talked about was, could the county do a local law at some point mandating recycling of those materials, of box springs and mattresses, to reduce the amount of things that are going into the landfill. So that'll be something that possibly the legislature wants to take up next year. And lastly, I wanted to just thank my vice chair, Veronica Pillar, and our deputy clerk, Taylor Spencer, for helping us all year, and thank the committee members. I don't know when this committee will meet again. That will be up to the new legislature. But thank you. It's been an honor being part of this committee for 8 years. Thank you.
Did you want to do something with the bags?
Oh, yeah, the bags. I'm sorry. Someone mentioned I like to have props once in a while, so I wanted to end on a prop. And luckily, the Recycling Materials Management Department is having a new campaign, Bring Your Own Bag. So they realize that they cannot just spend some of that 5 cents that you pay when you get a paper bag. They can not only just buy bags, but they can actually spend some of that money on education. So you might see some of the advertisements around at bus stops, on the buses. And so a lot of times people think about only when you're grocery shopping, but also when you're holiday shopping or shoe shopping, clothes shopping, whatever it is, they're trying to remind people to bring their bags. And they brought a sample of bags here, so feel free to take one and pass them around. Thank you, Dan, for reminding me.
And they open up like pretty big and sturdy and easy to carry, more than you might think from the
Yeah,
little
over
package.
your shoulder, big, you can put them over your shoulder.
Nice.
Anything for Peak Committee? Okay, thank you, Ann. All right, I think we've done all the resolutions that were added. How about the minutes of the previous meeting, December 2nd? Travis moves, Amanda seconds. Any discussion? Okay, let's have a vote on the minutes then. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Okay, it's time for privilege of the floor, number 2.
And we just want to check for, we got all those individual filed ones, right?
I believe we covered everything, yep.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Thank you. Privilege of the floor, legislator privilege of the floor. Who would like to go? Veronica.
Thank you. I want to go first because I don't really have anything planned. But I want to say thank you to everyone here for working with me and each other these last 4 years, but especially to the legislators who are leaving. I'm going to miss you all, and that's a bummer. I guess Dan Nolan already left as quick as he came, but I did appreciate his...
They come and go so fast around here.
His presence and engagement and lessons about capital project funding that I probably learned as much in this year than in the previous 3 combined about that. Amanda, we should still go hiking in the mountains. Don't leave me forever. Okay. But yeah, thank you for being you. Dan Klein, much longer serving Dan, thank you for all your leadership, and for my first term, the vice chairship I had was under Dan's chairship of the HHS committee. So you were my first mentor for a lot of things, and it was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike, I will miss you.
Thank you.
People have said a lot before about your contributions. There's much I've learned from you, and I appreciate getting to sit in earshot of you. This was probably back in first term. There was, Mike, you made a little joke at one meeting that I don't think anyone else got to hear, and I felt special. But and Rich, I have learned so much from you, often by arguing with you, but it's, seriously, thank you. Thank you for your leadership of the Public Safety Committee. Thanks for bringing up some important issues. Even when I was on the other side of them, there were good discussions. And I appreciate how much you've encouraged me to just, you've said multiple times, like, hey, if you're interested in a thing, go for it, bring it up, make it happen. And that's helpful. The oddities of residences and districts mean that Rich will go from being my colleague to my constituent. So that's weird, and I guess that means you can still bother me and I don't really get to argue back. I just have to represent you. Yeah.
Karma. 3 minutes, twice a month.
Yeah. Well, plus committees, yeah. And Annie's like my big sister. Now I'm gonna cry. Thank you for everything, for supporting me when I've been crying. Because sometimes this job is hard, but you've taught me a lot, up, down, and sideways. And sometimes brought your cat, Princess Buttercup, in, and that also makes everything better.
Other legislators, Randy.
This is the best legislature I've ever served on. I mean that. It has been an honor. It really has. I've experienced a lot of things in my life, and this is one of the highlights of my life. So thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Greg.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I don't think the Thanksgiving dinner will be the same. I mean, I'm looking forward to resetting the table, but I wish we could expand it even more, Mike, to include all of you that are departing. You know, I think I remember my first meeting as a newly elected legislator with Amanda Champion in a bookstore, nonetheless. And we sat there, and she had some critiques of her outgoing colleagues, and I asked her, what are you going to do to make sure you don't become that now that you're in a senior role? And I think, Amanda, you've held up to that end of the bargain. I think I learned how to be a good committee chair from you, working on GO, and really love the process, even though I think it's so glacially slow at times and painful. I think process is so important, and you definitely have left that mark. And I like being directly across from you because we'll often find things equally as ridiculous at the same moment, or look at Deborah at the same time and get a good chuckle out of whatever shenanigans are taking place. To Rich, I've appreciated our one drive to NISAC together and got to really sort of know you and your thought process, and I've appreciated that in your perspective, and sometimes your dissenting voice, and again, not always agreeing, but you've always been willing to explain your position or call and take the time, so I appreciate that. Annie, you've really challenged a lot of my thoughts as a 4-year PDEC peaker, which probably wouldn't have been my first choice of a committee in full transparency. I've learned to appreciate it much more because of your passion and commitment to that. And I've also enjoyed sitting next to you, seeing all of the organic tinctures and other fun things that you bring to a meeting and how you add your peanuts to your noodle cup and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to miss that. I'm excited to finally be able to wear cologne again, maybe, to a meeting. But you've been a joy to work with. I look at you now as a dear friend, and so thank you for all of that. Mike, I know we don't always see eye to eye, but I can tell you that the crown jewel of the county is a little less bright after tonight without you in its seat. You've served faithfully and honorably and are a true example of what it means to really be a statesman. So thank you. I hope that your history and your context and historical perspective somehow will remain in this place. But I think we have to make an effort to make sure we remember how our past informs our present and look to it to sort of honor in the future. And to Dan Klein, as your vice chair this year, it has been an absolute pleasure and honor. I really think you are a shining example of what it means to hear feedback and to adapt your style. I tell you often that I like you better as a chair than I did as a legislator. And I mean that. One, because I've gotten to know you more and your thought process and how you think and make decisions, but how you've included me in that process has been truly meaningful, and I'll be forever grateful in that, so thank you very much. And for the rest of you, I'll see you in January.
Travis.
For those of you that are outgoing, I really appreciate the last 4 years and being able to work with you. I know sometimes we've been at the opposite ends of things, and we've had some disagreements, some strong disagreements, but I learned a lot from each one of you. I really have, and over time, I really appreciate the passion, the work ethic, the care you have for this community. Even though at times we disagree, I know that y'all are leading with your hearts, and you know what could be wrong with that. I have to say, Amanda, I must have grayed a lot over the last 4 years, because when I first sat down with Amanda after I won, we were in my office and we're talking, and I'm looking at her, I'm like, wait, how old do you think I am? I'm not in my 30s. I'm like 50, I think at the time, 49, almost 50 years old. She was like, oh my God, I had no idea. So the tone of the conversation kind of changed. I think she thought I was like
25?
Yeah. And when I got on GO, I still struggle sometimes, because I get really excited when we get to committee meetings. I want to talk, I want to get into things. But I really learned how to run a meeting watching Amanda. She had me nervous when I took on HHS. At first, I was a little upset that she was on the committee, because there was this bar that Amanda set on how to run a meeting, and I was just worried I couldn't meet that bar. And I really, really appreciate you being so close to me to be able to ask questions and get support. Not that Shauna doesn't help, but you really, I just looked at you as somebody that knew how to run a meeting, and I really appreciated that. Mike, every meeting you speak to me. Every meeting you see me, you say hi. Every meeting you ask how I'm doing. And I really appreciate that. I didn't know you before I got here. Some of you, we've done some things together before. But I always felt like somebody with you. I always felt like I was supposed to be here, and I really, really appreciate that. And Annie, God, you're like one of the nicest people I ever met. Your heart is huge, and like I could feel it. Like I could feel the love and the passion you have for what you do. And you've shared some things with me. We've had some conversations, and I really hate to see you go, but I'm excited for you to do whatever comes next. Thank you for being here. I think I probably like cats a little bit now.
Shauna.
Yeah, it's pretty astonishing to look at all of you that are leaving us and to know like there's so much institutional knowledge that's going to be walking out of the door. We're not going to have the history lessons from Mike Lane, which I think always add perspective, but they also allow us an opportunity to hear and to make sure we're not repeating mistakes. Whenever we joined this legislature 8 years ago, there were 5 of us, and then there were 4. We've been through a lot, this group. We've lost one of our colleagues. We've lost actually, Dooley, Peter Stein. I could kind of go through the list of great legislators that we've lost over the years. And, I'm going to miss this group. This is a known group, whether we, hate each other one minute or love each other the next. I think that the thing that's always in the back of my mind is like, we are a big family. And, it doesn't matter if, Rich, John, and I have, an argument in public safety, and we don't have many, but, a disagreement, I still care about his family and his kids and his wife and.
Just not him?
And I just think that there's like something really special about the work we do. And the one thing that I always go back to is we argue on how to get there, but we all want the same things. And so I'm going to miss all of you. I'm looking forward to the new group. But I'm going to miss the knowns. So thank you all.
Lee.
I keep hearing the word over and over, learn, and it's often said that those that learn and those that wish to learn or do learn are virtuous, but I don't think there's anybody more virtuous than those who are willing to teach and to impart that knowledge and maybe wisdom. And I've learned from all of you during this 4 years, and learned about your committees, your concerns, your issues, your districts, and your ways of looking at things, and that's been valuable. And I am going to miss each and every one of you, and wish you the best in your future endeavors. And I did have the opportunity of working with a few even before I was on the legislature, and to have had that relationship before, and then this relationship since has been a pleasure. Thank you.
Ann.
I'm going to say something a little bit different that probably Travis wouldn't be surprised. This is going to come from my heart. This experience has been for me one of the hardest, one of the least paid, I will say also, and I've done blue collar work, but one of the most rewarding things that I've ever done. It's because of all you guys, it's because of Henry, who's not here, the great group that we came in with to get to know each other, and all the other folks I got to know while I was here, the department heads, the clerks, administration, all the employees that we have here. We did this together. We always haven't been perfect, and I apologize for my mistakes. Hindsight is 20/20, but I hope people know that everybody here, including all our department heads, our employees, everybody does the best they can every day for the community. And I hope that people in the community hear this and know this, that we are doing the best we can, and we hear feedback and we try and do better. And I think that's my life lesson from this and from other things that I've done, is that you do the best you can, and when you get more information, you change, you try and do a little bit better. But everybody that I've worked with really cares about the community, about other people. This job, including all the department heads, like I said, the clerks, and all the people that work for the county, these are really hard jobs. We see a lot of the issues in the community, and we're trying to do things that are trying to make things a little bit better for people and more fair and lift people up. So thank you for giving me this privilege. I'm saying it to you, to the folks in my district, although some people say it's not my district. And I think Dan said that to me before, that it's not your district. But to me, it is, because I took it so personally. And I know everybody here does the same. So it's been an honor, and I'll see you.
I'm going to take a turn, and I wrote something. I have many thoughts, feelings, and stories from my time on the county legislature. It's been an amazing experience. Mostly, I just feel grateful. I'm grateful to my constituents who entrusted me to be a shepherd of the public good for a little while, and to all the people who have given me positive feedback. I'm grateful to all the legislators. We have a very unique relationship, and it has been very difficult at times, but I have never doubted that any of you are smart, dedicated people who take their jobs seriously and are in it for the right reasons. Tompkins County residents should be grateful to have such a great county government. And I'm grateful to the employees of Tompkins County government. The employees are the Tompkins County government, and Tompkins County government rocks. Thanks to all the department heads, and also to all the souls who have to sit through these meetings but mostly have to be quiet. So Corso Comfy, Norma Jane, Bridget Nugent, Monica Salvage on Zoom, Rob Henry, Jordan Cree, Taylor Spencer, and then one big special thank you to Katrina McCloy, who keeps us all on track and with amazing grace and skill and has made my job so much easier and so much more enjoyable. Thanks. Deborah.
I'll pick up where you left off, Dan, because I want to say thank you to people too. I'm glad Dan Nolan is back so I can thank him. His input on budget and fiscal governance has been invaluable. I'm only sorry that you're leaving us so soon, Dan. To the other Dan, I learned how to chair a meeting from you. You were the GO chair and I was your vice chair and I didn't have a clue. So thank you. Thank you to Mike Lane for the historical perspective. Thank you, Rich, for your very sensible, thoughtful analysis of issues. We don't always agree, but I always learn a lot from how you process information. And to the members of my cohort, Annie, you're the heart. I'm gonna miss you, and you too. That's all.
Mike Lane.
If you think of this legislature as an hourglass, it has the sand of the beginning of the 4 years in the top, and slowly the grains of sand fall through to the bottom. And those grains of sand are the work that we do, the projects that we take on, and the discussions we have. And at the bottom, the little mound grows higher. Well, tonight, we're down to that very last grain of sand about to fall through the neck of the hourglass to the bottom. But don't fear, even though this 4 years is up, the new legislature will turn the hourglass over and the sand will start to fall again. However, it'll be a little less sand because it's only 3 years next time.
Yeah, but there's 2 more legislators.
And 2 more legislators. My thanks to everybody. I don't feel I deserved all the nice accolades that were given to me, certainly. But we're all equal here. I've always said that. We're all equal. I've been here 28 years. Dan Nolan has been here a year, but his vote is just as critical as my vote is, because his people who he represents are just as important as the ones I represent. Over the years, I've worked now with 51 other legislators.
Holy cow.
God bless you. And I miss them all. And I'm going to miss them all, I should say. But it's, what a learning experience it's been to be able to work with all those folks. And as it's been said, Dan and other people here tonight, it's, we all have the best interests of the county and our constituents at heart. But our system says there's got to be more than one person that makes the decision. And that's why we have a legislature of 14 people, 16 next time. I have things to think about each of you, but Amanda said them so well, and how well she speaks, and the nice things she said about us and the trophies that we got. You've added real humor from time to time and made the best committee, and you can't give up that title to another committee, by the way, because I invented it. But it's so important that we not take ourselves too seriously all the time, and that's so important. Dan Klein, you were my vice chair when I was chair for a while, and you were vice chair for others, and you've been a terrific representative for the people of Danby and Caroline, and I appreciate working with you. I think that was some of the highlights of my career on the legislature. Rich, you've made us so proud taking on the hard things. You know, my parents were factory workers, and what they taught me was what life was about is working hard. That's where the real satisfaction comes from, getting jobs done. I was very fortunate to come from a loving home with two parents who wanted my brother and I to succeed, and they put me through college and law school. But they taught me that hard work is what's important. And I think that's one of the reasons I've always liked the legislature, because it is hard work. When I was a little boy, my grandmother lived nearby here. I used to walk by the main courthouse here and look at the brick and everything and say, I wonder what goes on in there. Well, years later I found out. But Rich, you know, taking on the ethics board is something that you deserve praise for. You took on a couple of very, very difficult issues. And as hard as your committees are, I think that ethics board is as hard as anything when you have to deal with the complaints from other municipalities, for example. And you've been terrific. I just told Ann the other day, I said, when you first came on, I told you, you're going to be a good legislator. And I told her the other day I was exactly right. And the reason for that I admire her, is her hard work, her attendance at meetings, her follow-up on things. That's what any legislator ought to be proud to do. And Dan, you've been here a year, but you've added to our discussion so much. You brought your experience in on whether it's the center of government or other issues that we've had. And so I'm sorry you're not going to be here longer, but you've done a good turn for us while you were here. I have two families. One's my natural family, and you folks and all the 51 legislators I've dealt with, and probably the new ones coming on are my family too. And I think that's important that I always, when I was chair, always said we should be a team, and we need to work together. And what's the old expression? There's no I in team. Well, I suppose when we have a legislator of elected officials, there's probably 14 I's, but we can work together, and we usually do work together as a team. We have some issues that I wish I could continue to work on, and that's the airport. The airport is so important to our county and to our economic development in this county. And the center of government project that we're moving along. Stay the course on that, folks. And the shelter, that's a huge project, and we've had some really good leadership on a very difficult program recently. We have to represent everybody. We have to represent the folks in business, the folks in labor, the folks that are rich, the folks that have no money, that maybe have no house to live in. We have to represent the people we don't agree with politically, and we don't turn our back on any of them. We have to do what we can for them when we encounter their needs. Sometimes we can't do anything. Sometimes we can. We always wish we had more money to spend, but we never have enough money to spend, because part of our constituents are those people that have to pay real property taxes. And we can't overburden them in the most tax state, second most tax state in the union. So, oh, yes, and we need to amend the charter. We didn't get through this year, but we need to amend the charter so that we have an odd number of legislators. Now, you got a lot of, the next legislature has a lot of time to do that. They can do it any time before we get to even after the next census in 2030. But there will be a charter committee formed in 2027, and that committee should take that up, and they really should direct our independent redistricting committee when it's formed to end up with an odd number of legislators. I'm not going to preach anymore, that's for sure. And I'm going to miss having my 3 minutes to talk about things, particularly the last few months when I've been feeling very, very upset about the national government. But others will take up the mantle. And thank you all very, very much.
Travis.
I had to stop because I felt myself starting to lose a little bit as I was looking at Annie. And she's looking back at me, and I started to swell up. Rich, I met you when we were doing the stuff with behind Wegmans, and we were doing the encampment issue. And I was really excited to work with you. I know we've had some strong disagreements on some things, but we've also had a lot of good conversations over these 4 years. And I learned a lot from you about how to take this job seriously, how to be informed, and wanting to stay on top of certain issues. And I really appreciate that, because before I came into this space, I was learning how to be a legislator. So thank you. Dan, I've known you like off and on for a long time. And your ability to give us information, to take all the things that you hear and give it back to us, is something I really have been trying to learn to do over these last few years. But most importantly, the first time we talked after my first year, we were doing a check-in, and you said to me that you needed me to speak more. And you have been here for a long time, and so that was really important to me, because you had served for a long time. I know some of the wonderful things you did at GIAC before I got there for the staff. So I was like, damn, Dan wants me to talk more? All right. I don't know if he's ready for this, but I'll do it. And you asked me my opinion a lot. I would share things with you, and then I would see some of those things kind of happen in different ways. And I felt like that's what a good leader does. So I learned a lot from you too, but most importantly, I learned that my voice really needs to be heard in this space. I don't know if I would have got to that place yet, as consistent as I am, and maybe I need to do it more, I don't know. Shauna and let me know next year. But I really appreciate that from you, because it opened up that door for me to feel comfortable and to feel like what I had to say was important, especially given how I got to this place. So thank you very much.
Thanks. I remember when I said that, you said, you might be sorry you said that. Rich.
Thanks, Dan. And Dan, I mean, thank you. Nicely done. And I guess I'd start out by agreeing completely with Mike Lane that this legislature should always strive to be odd. Yes. Sorry. I do I'll start out with my wife, who I think is probably watching on television, and my kids, who are no longer in town here. But for those who, don't really understand it, you sacrifice a lot of time. There's these meetings, but there's the committee meetings, there's the advisory boards, there's all the community events. It's a sacrifice for families, and I truly appreciate that. Our clerks, you've been mentioned, you deserve mention. And it is so instructive to be in government in this role, to see how complicated and involved it is for a county to run. All the people that work here, there's the 800 and some employees, what a dedicated bunch. And, we're the visible piece of it, and we get a lot of attention, but the work gets done in lots of different ways. And even down to the advisory boards. We did so many advisory board appointments, and then you look at all the boards and all the people who step up to make this county as strong as it is. It's really impressive. As colleagues, we disagree. We're a decision-making machine. That's how we're set up, that we raise our hand, and we're supposed to bring a lot of different perspectives to the table, and we do. And often we disagree with each other, and that's the way it's designed. It's really frustrating sometimes. But that's the democratic process that makes Tompkins County work. And I'm very, very happy that Tompkins County is working. You watch the television, you watch the news, and it does seem like there's just some basic breakdowns that are so scary. But on the local level, our bond rating is good. Our fund balance is good. Our attention to detail is good. And you guys all help make it happen. It's impressive. One thing I'll mention, one person I do want to thank, when I first decided to run, I did the pilgrimage out to Dryden and sat down with Mike Lane. He was the first legislator I spoke with, and he gave me time. He was so generous and really talked me through what it meant to be a legislator, and he's continued to do that. So, Mike, thank you. This is sort of a stock-taking time where you say, what did all that mean? I certainly want to thank the committee or the legislative chairs who gave me the privilege of serving as the chair of public safety and the chair of the Industrial Development Agency and allowing me to help do all those things. But you do look back and you say, what did I actually do? And it's a little vague because you don't really do anything by yourself. Everybody comes along. And unless you have those 8 votes, could be an odd number, but 8 votes, but you push and pull here and there. And you say, well, what can I really attach my name to? And it isn't very much. And in thinking about it, I would like to share just a brief story, which isn't quite Tompkins County, but you get invited to speak at different events. And I was invited to speak at the celebration for the enclosure of Cass Park, our ice rink. And I was chosen because I was a county legislator, but also because I played youth hockey. And I also played adult league hockey. And I spent 12 years as a coach. So I've spent a lot of time at Cass Park, and I'd contributed a little bit to the project. And so I was really gratified to come speak. And I talked about how, as a 12-year-old, I had played in Cass Park when it first opened in 1972. And I was thinking about it, and I realized I had no idea who the people were who said, let's build Cass Park, that it's really important that this 12-year-old that we don't know comes and plays hockey. And it's like, those people are back there, and they're invisible. But they were there, and they stood up at their time, and they made that happen. And, we were doing the dedication. It's wonderful, the enclosure of Cass Park, all the improvements and everything else, and we were having our plaque and everything else. And at the same time, there were kids out playing hockey. And they had no idea who we were. And they don't care. And it's okay, that you play your part and you help steward it forward and you carry the promise forward. For those who've said to me over the years, I don't know why you'd ever run for office. That's why. That you help keep that promise is so gratifying and fulfilling that it's a really, really neat thing. And I'm pretty confident that, another 50 years, they'll be doing work on Cass Park and there'll be kids playing hockey. And it's the same thing all over county government, that the roads are there, the bridges are there, the services are there, and we're keeping the promise forward. And I congratulate everybody who's leaving and the people who are staying and the people who are coming in. It's a great opportunity. So I think I've said my piece. Thanks.
Dan Nolan.
Hey everybody, I'm gonna attempt here to stick with my the theme of my tenure on the legislature and keep this a bit brief. I regret not being able to be in person with you guys as I explained earlier, but I did want to say this. Thank you to each and every single one of you, every member of the legislature, all of the staff, everyone. Everyone has been named, so suffice it to say, it has been an absolute honor and a fantastic experience working with each and every one of you. I want to thank the folks in my district as well for voting for me and giving me the opportunity to serve them for the time that I was able to. At risk of sounding somewhat cliche, I will quote Winston Churchill in saying that democracy is the worst form of government aside from every other form that has been tried, or that's an abbreviated quote. And what I've always taken that to mean is that all of us just kind of doing our best. And when I look at the room that you guys are in right now and when I'm there and everything, I see a bunch of folks doing their best. And that is absolutely the most we can ask of anybody. You guys do a fantastic job. Everyone I've met has been incredibly inspirational and just fantastic to work with. I would like to say, Mike Lane, your years of service has been absolutely inspirational to me. You are a dedicated public servant beyond what most of us can aspire to be, so I want to thank you for that. And I'm really happy that I think I'm the 51st legislator that you have had a chance to work with, so I'm glad I squeaked in. So thank you, all of you. It has been an absolute pleasure, a privilege, and an honor to work with you, and I look forward to working with you in any capacity that I can in the future. I probably will. That's not a threat, but I'm just saying, you haven't seen the last of me yet. But I'm around, and so thank you, each and every one of you.
Okay, last call, legislator privilege of the floor. All right, Veronica.
Just little tag note for the incoming legislators. Now you know to think about whose snack preferences you want to really get to know as you pick your seat.
Okay, then we'll go for adjournment. Can we get a unanimous consent on adjournment?
Here, here.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned.